I think the finals
Oh, is that right?
are going to be today. Doug, you'll be spoiled anyways either way, right?
What do you mean?
The outcome will come out and you'll already...
I've done this is the first time in the entire Olympics where something spoiled it for me, and I ended up not seeing it live or taped. Didn't watch it till I got into work today. Alfonso is next on 97 on the Ticket. What's up, Alfonso?
How you guys doing?
Good.
Love the show.
Thank you.
I'm a former record holder in the 300 hurdles in high school, and I train a lot of people on the track. So it's a lot of technique. It's a lot of plyometrics, speed training, and working on starts and finishes is something that's practiced over and over and over and over again. And Lyle he has good mid speed. That's why he was able to stay in the race. And but yeah, like that guy said, it's three parts to the race: it's the start, the mid, and the finish. And he probably worked on that a lot in practice, is putting your chest out at the end. My coach used to drill that all the time with starts and finishes. And even with starts, you kind of want to start like you're going to fall over your first three steps. So that was an incredible race, but it all comes, we should probably blame the Jamaicans track coach, because he obviously didn't work on finishing.
I doubt that's the case. But I mean,
yeah, it's all science, but yeah, it's.
I mean, it came down to 5/1000ths of a second. This is like the greatest photo finish ever. I don't know if there's fault to be thrown anywhere. I mean, it was just a great race.
It was a great race. One of the best I've seen.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Okay. If you want to continue down this road, we'll take more of your phone calls on this 100-meter final. Our Champ and Chump nominations, we gave them earlier for people who missed it. We'll recap today at 12:16, and we want to get yours. In the meantime, the Sharon Moore story, ESPN, a draft of a notice of allegations that was going to be sent to Michigan included new information. We'll give our 2 cents on that today at 12:20 and hear from a couple of ESPN college football insiders what they think is going to come out of this at 12:30. All that coming up on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton to soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss on your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up and start betting the games today. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay. Boy, it feels like this is a news-filled day from this Lions-Giants practice. Reports of up to 8 skirmishes. Now report that Terrion Arnold has been taken from the field into the locker room, being evaluated for concussion, according to Justin Rogers of the Detroit Football Network. He had a collision with Andrew Thomas, the left tackle for the Giants, downfield on a run play. And what's interesting about this is it's not really it could be a side of the head blow, helmet to helmet.
No, it just looks like a normal block down field, and that Arnold was coming up to try to make a play, or at least had to challenge the blocker.
He took on the blocker, who's a left tackle, and Arnold is wearing the guardian cap. Andrew Thomas is not wearing the guardian cap. And most players are on both teams. The guardian cap, if you haven't seen it, are these new padded helmets that go on top to help avoid concussions. And certainly we hope that Terrion Arnold has not suffered a concussion, that this is merely precautionary. But I would imagine if he does, that's probably it for him on this New York trip. I don't know if he was going to play in the game anyway.
Probably. I'll tell you what's interesting about that is that Pro Football Talk has a tweet that they have that they put out just a little bit before the tweet that shows the play. And it's a picture of Andrew Thomas. And he's got his helmet kind of riding up on his face because he's taking a break. And he's got that extra padding on the helmet at that point. Now, I don't know if this is from just a different practice or what, or if it's stock footage. But you're right. It's weird watching the highlight, and Thomas doesn't have that protective coating on his helmet. Well, just about everybody else does. Everybody in the shot does. I think there was a receiver who came in motion that did not have it on. But
a lot of this stuff has gotten out, like a whole bunch of the fight video, and now this play. It's been retweeted from our account at DuncanGator971. So we've retweeted some of the fight videos. We've retweeted this play that apparently has sent Terrion Arnold to the Lions locker room being evaluated for concussion. Also, Kevin Zeitler. Let's see if I can find this. I want to make sure I get it right. But the guard that has been brought in from Baltimore and is expected to start, he's being evaluated for a shoulder injury, according to Justin Rogers. So, I mean, this stuff is not great. We don't know the severity of anything. But probably the first thing you always say about joint practices, about non-joint practices, about preseason games, et cetera, is the first box to check is everybody stays healthy. These are two guys that are expected to start that are are being looked at. So not great.
Well, this might be a learning moment a teaching moment for Arnold, man. I mean, Andrew Thomas is humongous. And I know you got to take on the blocker, but you could see his head kind of snap to the side. And I don't care, what kind of cornerback or physicality you think you are. You don't want to take that head on. And that's kind of what he did. He turned his shoulder, of course, but Andrew Thomas is massive.
Yeah, and there is a bit of, this is the first day where it's not friendly fire. This is the first day where the opponent might be more inclined to finish the play more than they have in all the practices leading up to it. So this is the first time that Terrion Arnold is seeing NFL left tackle coming at him. That probably wasn't going to happen in the game because starters aren't in there very long if they're in there at all. So you're right. Could be a bit of a lesson here for Terrion Arnold. But if you want to see the video, you can check it out at DuncanGator971. We promised our champ and chump, my champ of the weekend, Scotty Scheffler, coming from way back in the final round of the Olympic gold medal finals, the Olympic golf finals on round 4. And then obviously it meant a ton to him when it was all said and done. As he cried on the podium, my champ of the weekend, Scotty Scheffler.
I went with the Ukraine. They had a couple of gold medals over the weekend, and it's just awesome to see, everything that country has been through with the invasion from Russia. They've lost over 400 athletes to the war, and these athletes are still out there competing for their country, and to come away with gold is amazing.
My champ of the weekend is whoever picked the FedEx delivery uniform, airport tarmac worker uniforms that the U.S. golf team was wearing with the stripe down the pants. I mean, there was like a prison jumpsuit look or something. It was so bad, but that's my chump.
So bad, it's so good.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the Seine River. This thing is so contaminated. They have no business having people swim in it for competition's sake. People have gotten sick over the weekend to the point where athletes and teams are pulling out of the mixed triathlon and all this. It's just crazy. You'd think they would have gotten this settled well before the Olympics.
All right, there you go. Get your champ and chump votes in. 248-539-9797. Story over the weekend from ESPN, a draft of a notice of allegations that was sent off or going to be sent off to the University of Michigan made its way out into the public. Had it, of course, immediately my phone starts to buzz. People start checking in with me. I start making calls, find out what I can find out. And probably the most telling thing that's in there, and there's some new revelations, but probably the one that's most germane to Michigan right now is an accusation that head coach Sharon Moore deleted 52 text messages between himself and Connor Stalions. Stalions is, of course, the center of the sign stealing scheme, and there are multiple sources familiar with this case saying that the deleted text messages in no way tie Coach Moore to knowing anything about what Stalions was up to. And we'll circle back to that in a second. But those messages apparently will be made public. And certainly they won't be, Freedom of Information Act. Eventually those things get out anyway. But I've been told, and others have been told, that Michigan is actively trying to release them themselves because it's important what's in the messages. Now, it doesn't mean he should have deleted them in the first place. Deleting those is a procedural issue that Michigan has got to do a better job with how they handle stuff like that. And if it was a moment of panic or whatever that made Coach Moore do it, to delete these just to say I'm not associating with this guy, if there was nothing in it, there was no reason to do that. So again, we wait to make sure that there's nothing in those text messages, but in the meantime, I saw it described as bad optics when you delete something like that.
Well, it's always going to look bad for sure. And what are you covering up? Why did you do it in the first place? But I also think it's probably human nature. If somebody's in trouble and there's an investigation, you may want to get ahead of that and let's say, well, I want to get rid of this. But this isn't a case of law, so it's not like you're going to jail because you did this. But it could end up costing him perhaps a suspension of some kind.
It could,
depending what's on the text too.
Yeah. So if you're a Michigan fan and you're worried and you want to see, I think the one thing that you could take a little bit of solace in was a Dan Murphy tweet yesterday, ESPN, and it seems relevant. He tweeted out that this NOA draft doesn't present any evidence that the coaches knew what Stalions was doing. Now, that doesn't mean, again, that we wait till all the evidence is out before we give our opinions here. But if they got a hold of the text messages and the NCAA got a hold of the text messages their own way, then Sharon Moore said, "Oh, here," and produced them. If there was a tie-in, I don't know that Dan Murphy would tweet that out. So that would support that there's nothing in there that incriminates Coach Moore. But still, it's important to see the text messages. Let them come out to back that up. But, we asked Michigan fans, do you want to fight it or do you want to, well, we'll get to what Pete Thamel and Paul Feinbaum had to say today. These are two guys that are covering it. Thamel wrote the story. Feinbaum covers college football, obviously. But Gator, we've discussed, the various things in here. A lot of the accusations are against guys who left. And overall, there's a question of whether or not Michigan has fostered an atmosphere of compliance, which is, if the case is that they haven't and those accusations hold up, there's going to be a punishment.
Well, I mean, if that's the accusation, then you've got a coach that is deleting the messages, then that would indicate that is not complying. So that's part of it. I think this whole thing, it's not just about, right now, focusing on Sharon Moore because he's the head coach and they're about to start the season. But really, it's about Connor Stalions and the lengths that he went to gain the advantage through his scouting and all that, and who knew what. And do they know it when? And, we'll see what, I imagine his phone is extraordinarily valuable when it comes to this investigation to see who he was communicating with.
Well, we'll get to what Thame and Feinbaum have to say at 12:31. Open lines, Champ and Chump, get him in. 97.1 the ticket. Doug Karsh. That is Scott Anderson. Kang behind the glass. Paul's on the phones today. Hope you're having a great one. Storm rolled through here a little earlier. Everybody's safe out there. Kind of touch and go with the weather. It got dark.
It did.
Yeah.
Well, we could use the rain. Good God.
Yeah.
Had a lot of rain, a lot of moisture.
Yep. Feedback. Champ, the Olympic swim team. Chump AJ Hinch. He had managed all year like it really doesn't matter. Miller was awful yesterday and just watched. No emotion. I disagree with that characterization, but managed like it didn't care.
Did it matter on Saturday night when they came back to win in the 11th inning?
Yeah, I mean, look, if it sounds like he saw a TV cutaway and thought Hinch should have been more emotional about that.
What do you want him to do? Totally dress down the pitcher for serving up the 3-run meatball? Is that what you're supposed to do?
I guess. My champ is Jim Leyland for a great ceremony and an awesome speech from the former skipper. It was fantastic to see. My chump, without question, is Scott Harris for getting nothing good in return, especially for Jack Flaherty. He's clearly telling all of us this rebuild is going to take until 2029. It's a complete joke at this point. That's from Marlin and White Lake.
Did you see any of the game on Saturday?
A little bit.
Did you see when Leyland was in the booth?
Yes. I love Jim Leyland. And the thing is, it's so weird because I know how Leyland is processed sometimes in this town. He's processed as never won at all. And yet, God, I feel like that's just our guy.
So I felt terrible for him when he's in the booth because they had Andy Dirks and Todd Jones were in the booth with him along with Dan Dickerson. And, Andy Dirks at one point says, "Do you remember me, Skip?" And he goes, "Well, of course, you're the best feeling third baseman I ever saw. It was great having you on our team." He confused him for Brandon Inge for a second, and I'm like, "Is somebody going to correct him? Anybody going to correct him? Anybody? Anybody?" You can see it's a little weird, and Dickerson's got kind of a smile on his face, but he's like, "Oh, this is." And we've been there, right? It's just awkward, and they continue having a conversation, and it goes on. There's like another reference, and like, "Oh, come on, Jim, come on, get it together." And then at some point, I'm waiting for one of the other guys to kind of make it seem like let them know. And at some point, I think Todd Jones is like, guys like me and Andy over here, we had. I'm like, please God, let's get past this. And it was never brought up.
Yep.
Like Leyland didn't know. I can't believe I called it Brandon. I do Brandon. It's just Andy Dirks. I don't know what the hell was going on. There was never anything like that. So it was just a little awkward and yet awesome at the same time. Because, when Jim Leyland sits back and starts telling stories, you want to get out there. You want to have a beer. You want to sit there with him because he can tell great stories. And he did tell some great stories in the booth there. It was awesome.
All right, we said we get to this. Let me file through. Paul Feinbaum this morning on ESPN asked about the Sharon Moore accusation and whether or not, how big of a deal he thought it was. And here's what Paul Feinbaum said on Get Up. Okay, so that was Feinbaum today saying you can lawyer up and fight this. And then Thamo was asked, what he thinks going to come out of this. And Thamo was the author of the story. Here's what he had to say. Okay, so there's two thoughts there that I really have a question for Michigan fans. You got Feinbaum saying you could lawyer up and fight it. And then you got Thamel saying short suspension. Would you fight a short suspension? Or would you accept the short suspension and say, look, let's just get this behind us? What makes sense from your perspective as to what to do? And obviously there's going to be a lot of people at higher levels at the university making these decisions. And Feinbaum could be wrong and Thamel could be wrong. They might not be able to lawyer up and have a case, and it might be more than just a short suspension. But those guys, if these are the choices, would you accept a short suspension just to get it behind you? And Gator, we've talked about this forever, these kinds of things and how you handle them. I tend to be the accept the short suspension and move on guy, but I've seen it out there. Some people want to fight it. So,
well, I think there's two different things here. I think you've got the Feinbaum thing is talking really about the national championship. And if they're going to come after that, then they can lawyer up and they should be fine with it because of the fair and square comment. I think that's separate from Sharon Moore. Sharon Moore is, if you deleted these text messages, it sounds like he did. Who knows what's in the text messages? We'll find out later. But Thamel doesn't seem to think that it's all that serious either. And maybe it's a short suspension. I don't think that they would fight a short suspension, nor should they fight a short suspension because it would give closure to this. But the real thing is the bomb to drop is Connor Stalions. It's not Sharon Moore. It's not the national championship. It's Connor Stalions. And unwrapping all of that, that's the thing. And, it might be, it's convenient that Harbaugh's gone, took with him some coaches that are also implicated. But I'm not sure if any of it is going to result in, loss of wins, that you have to vacate some wins from the past, or if you would have to, do a bowl ban, a future bowl ban or postseason ban. I don't think that's going to happen. I think in the end, this thing's going to end up kind of fizzling out, and that Stalions is going to be a whole separate thing.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to play itself out, but at the beginning of the show, I said I believe everything and I believe nothing. What I mean by that is everything that's in there that needs to be addressed. If I'm Michigan, I take it seriously and I address it and get to the bottom of it. But until there is, sort of evidence and things to go on. And look, at this point, if you're just joining us, those text messages, they matter. And if those 52 messages are just about recruiting and personal wishes and things like that, and not about any sort of sign stealing stuff, then that certainly will help. It doesn't mean that Sharon made a good decision. Coach Moore made a good decision. Was it a panic move? Was it I just want to disassociate myself with this guy in every way? Maybe. But when the text messages, they were captured by some data imaging, and Sharon eventually said, and he found them and reproduced them for him as well. But maybe in some ways it'll be better that they found them, because if they didn't, and they don't have that, but that's if they're produced and we see that there is no tie to Coach Moore. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback if you want to get in on this. Champ and Chump, we take those votes as well. For a Monday, who should be singled out for having the best weekend, who should be called out for having a weekend that stunk. Quite a weekend in the Olympics. We'll get back to some of that stuff a little bit later on. Tigers as well. In the meantime, just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. You can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com. And streaming with video, go to twitch.tv, search up 971theticket. Same thing, youtube.com. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Well, they did it again. Twin Peaks has upped their game. The best happy hour in the state just got better. Introducing You Call It and Shot Caller. Do you drink Tito's? $5. Jack Daniels? $5. Captain Morgan? $5. 29-degree draft, dirty blondes or naughty brunettes, you guessed it, $5. They've even taken a step further. Want to be a shot caller? Patron, $7. Woodford Reserve, $7. Grey Goose, yes, sir, $7. But it doesn't stop there. They've mixed in 8 food options like $5 fried pickles and Billionaire's bacon, or $7 loaded fries, cheese bites, or their smoked chicken quesadilla. Their new and improved happy hour runs Monday through Thursday from 3 to 6 p.m. and again late night from 10 to close. It's a great way to end the workday. Head to your favorite lodge, take advantage of these awesome deals. And then there's the best part. The beautiful Twin Peaks girls. We all know how pricey it can be. Going out for food these days? Enjoy great deals and the best company right now at Twin Peaks. They have some good news for you. Football is back. Make sure you're there Thursday night for the first preseason football game of the year. Stop in and see what it's all about. And don't forget to book your fantasy football draft parties. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com for details. Special perks to league commissioners. TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Lots of feedback coming in on a variety of topics. Thank you, everybody, for participating, whether it be through ticket text, tweets, those that watch on Twitch and YouTube and participate in the streaming chat, of course, those who call, and those who just listen to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get to some of this from an unnamed texter. Too many fights in practice today. I would hate to hear of someone breaking a hand or something silly. Might be a good idea to keep the team separated.
Well, I don't know if they're actually throwing punches in these skirmishes. A lot of pushing and shoving.
A lot of pushing and shoving.
Yeah, the real risk of injury is apparently on the practice field just practicing because they've lost two guys have left the field today.
Terrion Arnold with a possible concussion and Kevin Zeitler with a potential shoulder injury.
So that doesn't look good.
No, I mean, we have no idea the severity or lack of severity, but you never like to hear that.
No.
From an unnamed texter, for all the positive hype we're hearing about certain players in camp, I'm a little bummed we haven't heard anything about 3 guys in particular. I was hoping to hear more news on Broderick Martin, Antoine Green, and Matthew Betts, the Canadian League pass rush specialist. No news probably means either all 3 will. No news probably means neither of the 3, any of the 3, I think is what he meant, will contribute much this season.
Well, what little we've heard about Betts is not terribly encouraging.
It's just work to do.
Yeah, a lot of work to do, and that they've taken some stuff off of his plate so that he can, concentrate on other things. Broderick Martin, it's year 2, so I'm a little concerned. I'd like to hear more progress with him. And who was the third player you mentioned?
Antoine Green.
Hearing more positive about Green, but not a ton. But then again, he was a 6th or 7th round pick a year ago.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I would expect to hear too many glowing things about him, rave reviews.
Well, not everybody's going to hit.
No.
And so you have to figure, they've taken a risk on Betts. It's not a high risk. It's just kind of a roll the dice to see if there's anything with the CFL guy. He's got work to do. No kidding. I mean, going from the CFL to the NFL is a big difference. Broderick Martin's interesting. Brad Holmes loved him enough to trade up to get him. There's off-season workout video of him that has everybody all fired up. But if he doesn't make it, I don't know that the Lions' success and failure moving forward is dependent upon Broderick Martin. Somebody needs to step up on the defensive line, if not 1 or 2 guys. But if it's not Broderick Martin, there are other candidates.
Sure are hearing a lot about Anzarike. So.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Which is actually very positive news because we haven't heard anything about him over the last 3 years because he's been hurt. Mm-hmm. So to hear rave reviews coming in on him where Dan Campbell said he's one of the best, okay, you've got my attention. Curious as to how that actually looks on the field, but he's not alone. Other people are raving about him too.
From an unnamed texter, hey guys, I'm a Spartan. I don't even care. Let's play ball. Harbaugh's gone. I'm shocked there's cheating going on. Really? That's from B on Cass. Next one, Michigan will accept any punishment imposed short of retroactively vacating wins. Michigan does not want this in the courtroom where discovery would allow for information to get out that only Michigan is privy to. Next one, lawyer up no matter what. Jump on any opportunity to undermine the NCAA and make them look weak. Well, what's the point of that? If the guys who are covering this on a national scale are talking about a short suspension for deleting the text messages, even though it appears that the text messages aren't incriminating. Who am I to say, but I feel like you take that. But some people don't want to. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson. All right, so something happened on Friday's show, Gator, that I have a little bit of a follow-up.
Okay.
And I kept you and Kang in the loop on Friday. At the beginning of the program, I was hit with a random case of the hiccups.
Yeah.
And when the show ended, I still had the hiccups.
They wish they knew how to quit you.
We went through a variety of possible solutions during the program. As the day went on, the hiccups stayed with me. Now, do you ever remember catching a case of the hiccups that stayed with you for a long period of time?
Nope. Never longer than half an hour or something like that.
Kang, what about you?
Nothing that stands out. I'm sure I've had some moments where all right, this is longer than normal, but no, nothing where, I felt like it carried you throughout the entire day after you left.
It really sucked. And I'll get to how bad it got. But every once in a while you see these stories that go viral about somebody who had the hiccups for a year. And I'm like, I really don't want to be that guy.
Well, no one wants to be that guy, Doug.
No. It got to the point where I was trying to go to sleep Friday night, and I was hiccuping every other breath. Like unprecedented pace of hiccups. Every other breath. And I'm like, I have to do something. I looked at so many. Let me tell you what I tried that didn't work.
Okay.
I laid upside down with my head off the couch, took a bottle of water, poured it in my mouth with my head upside down and tried to drink with my head upside down. I tried to, I think it was a listener that suggested I drink pickle juice.
Right.
And we had some pickles in the fridge, so I got a bunch of pickle juice, slammed that. I had drink a gallon of water, which I couldn't do, but I drank a ton of water, which turned out to be a problem all night long because I was doing
Then you gotta pee.
like 9 o'clock at night. Here was the one that probably showed how desperate I was. One of the listeners suggested I eat a spoonful of granulated sugar. So I just ate a straight up spoonful of sugar.
I've heard of a spoonful of peanut butter. I've heard that. I've never heard the granulated sugar.
Well, in retrospect, I wish I'd gone with the peanut butter because the sugar thing for me, I was like, I can't believe I'm doing this. But
I heard steak, medium rare.
I heard double cheeseburger.
Mm-hmm.
Bacon double cheeseburger.
But I was like, I'm never going to get to sleep. I've got the hiccups. I'm going to be peeing all night. This is an absolute disaster. And so I Google searched extreme hiccup solutions. And I found one.
Okay.
And I tried it. And it worked. Tried it and it worked. So right now, I want to take 10 texts from the listeners. What do you think it was that worked? Because it was at the end of a 12-hour hiccup battle that I had gone on, and with no success at getting rid of these. Have you ever Google searched a solution to anything?
Of course.
Yeah, and I'm talking about like an ailment.
How to pick up women.
Medical ailments. Is
Medical
what
ailment,
he
yeah.
meant, Gator. Sorry.
What the hell is this?
We'll take 10 texts. Make sure you sign your text. But it worked. It worked. So 248-539-9797. What do you think the extreme measures I went to get rid of the hiccups was? 248-539-9797. We'll get to that coming up. And I will tell you that I hope I never have to do that ever again. A 12-hour battle with the hiccups. I actually went and played golf on Friday, played 9 holes with my son. I'm standing over putts. And I'm just like, I can't.
That's not going to keep it steady.
No, it was terrible.
Is that why you lost?
No, I lost because he's already better than me.
Well, I mean, he's 22 years old. At
No,
this
I was
point.
the young guy. I was the 17-year-old.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, you're screwed.
Yep.
17 years old. He's already smoking.
Yep.
It wasn't even close. Was
It really wasn't.
I don't know if your son's a good golfer or not, but aren't you just terrible anyway? Like you're like really bad, right, Doug?
He's not really bad.
I don't know. That's what I hear. I feel like I hear that all the time from you. How bad you are.
I shoot mid-90s typically, and I was on pace to shoot mid-90s. He shot a 38 and embarrassed me. But
I mean, for the amount of golf that Doug plays, he's not bad. If he played more, and I imagine later in the year here, you got some time that you're going to be playing some golf, that you're going to be better. It's not like Rieger, who will play every weekend and a couple times during the week. He'll play like 3 times a week from May through September and doesn't improve his score.
right. Golf season just started for me. I got about 3 weeks here before I got to shut it down. So I'm going full bore here for a few
Although in
weeks.
fairness, Rieger beat you.
He did. I was awful that day. It was absolutely.
Although we weren't playing in the same group, so that wasn't in his head.
All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get to your 10 texts coming up. The extreme measure I went to get rid of the hiccups. We'll tell you what it is today at 105. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. All right, Gator. Here's some of the feedback. I came in guessing what my extreme hiccup solution was.
Okay.
I drink a cup of water through a napkin. That's from Brandon in a truck. Ted and Celine says, did you force a burp? Bill in Madison Heights said lime juice. Paul says, did you hold your breath for like 2 minutes? Doug in Ipsy says lemon juice. Bernard says plugging your ears and nose, then drinking through a straw. Tom says drink water with a pencil in your mouth. How do you do that? From unnamed texter, plug your ears airtight and drink from the opposite side of the glass. Works every time. So that's tipping your head. I feel like you pour water all over your face, but Kirby says fingers over the eyebrow trick cures hiccups. Fingers over the eyebrow trick. I don't know that trick. Dan in Plymouth says it's gross, but I was able to I got a bad case of the hiccups to go away, sticking my finger down my throat. I didn't get sick, but it activated my gag reflex and somehow my hiccups went away. Gator, one of those was a solution.
I still think it's just holding your breath, but you tried the drinking the water thing.
I tried like half the things they listed there. It was the last one. I stuck my finger down the throat, gag reflex. He didn't get sick. That wasn't everybody's experience.
Oh, yeah, you had a little reversal?
Yeah. But when it was done, I was like, okay. So I was happy that they just went away. It was awful.
And you challenged your son to another 9 holes the next day?
No, I did not, but I will mention the hiccups when we do play again. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. Rick and Wyandotte says, my champ is Katie Ledecky. My chump is the Tiger fans, those who thought they were still in it. I don't know who thought they were still in it or what specifically he's referencing, but maybe the ones that were mad that they sold at the trade deadline. Mike in Ferndale writes in the following, and this is a story that's developing this morning. Mike writes, I was just telling someone yesterday the Lions/Dan Campbell are practicing/hitting too hard and long in practice. And as guys go down, and guys are going down, he needs to have them backing off in August, especially. Okay. There were 8 skirmishes during their joint practice with the Giants today. Colton Pouncey tweeted out, in the last hour, this is the most physical practice I've ever seen. Nolan Bianchi, who writes for Free Press, right? I'm sorry, Detroit News, tweets out, practice is over. That was crazy. Fights everywhere. My 4th time covering joint practices. Never seen anything like that. What the hell's going on over there in New York?
I mean, when you come into the locker room after something like that, are you just so dead tired because of all the extracurriculars? Are you proud of sticking up for each other? Are you reflecting on it and going, well, that was really stupid. We didn't really accomplish much of anything. Is it all of those things? I mean, I remember getting into some fights in practice, but not like it was nothing that was ever terribly substantial. And sure as hell never ate.
Yeah. I think probably what happens is Dan Campbell and Brian Daboll will get together. Is that who the coach is?
Yeah,
it is, right? They get together, and they're like, all right.
You talking to your guys? Because I'm talking to my guys. Yeah, we got
this. Monday was unacceptable. We can't have this going on all week. I mean, I'm sure there's some, hey, we got a tight-knit group kind of deal. But, I mean, Pro Football Talk, a national website, tweets out, Lions and Giants joint practices sparks multiple fights. And there's so much video of it. This is probably going to be on SportsCenter. It's probably going to be on NFL Network. It's all fine and dandy. You don't want anybody to get hurt, though.
No, that's when it gets stupid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're like, what are we doing? We're getting into a fight in a scrimmage, in a practice. It's not even a scrimmage. It's a practice. And you're going to put yourself in jeopardy for part of the season because of this? That's just dumb. And when they're walking into the locker room right now and they're waiting to get reports on Terry and Arnold and Zeitler, and I mean, that's the harmful part of it, right? And it wasn't a result of fights. It was just practice, right?
Yep.
And you don't want that to carry into the next day where players are like, I'm going to get after Andrew Thomas because he concussed Terry and Arnold. I mean, with that block. I mean, come on, we got to stick up for it. Let's be careful, be smart. You don't want to expand this past what was today. I can't imagine that the coaches want to.
Let's overanalyze this.
Let's do it.
No, seriously, because the Lions are a different team this year. It's the most anticipated season in sports in Detroit history, basically in my lifetime. Probably your guys' too, right?
Yep.
It's the Lions are actually good, and they're predicted by – it's not a hot take to say the Lions are going to go to the Super Bowl. This could actually happen this year.
Yep.
So it's a different team we're talking about. What does 7 to 8 possible fights or skirmishes, whatever you want to call them today with the Giants, what does that mean? Does that mean anything?
I don't know. I mean, who had the edge today? The first fight started with Amon-Ra catching a pass and the ball getting knocked out of his hands and him kind of pushing a guy, and that guy shoved back, and then a third guy jumped in. Does it speak more to what the Lions are or where the Giants are? I mean, because you know what? In a weird way, the Giants might be looking at this as a test.
Well, are the Lions trying to keep their edge, or are they trying to get an edge? What, from a Lions perspective, how is this different than years past? And why so many fights now in the first joint practice?
I don't know. I kind of wonder a little bit if it's an example of how, if you think back to what we've always been in Detroit as the Lions, if I had heard that the Lions were going into play a team that won a division, won playoff games, and was in the NFC title game, and the Lions showed some fight, I'd be like, okay, let's go. So I think it probably is more reflective of the Giants trying to stand up to the I'll say this with a straight face, but it's true, but stand up to the mighty Lions than anything else.
Well, the Lions have a target on their back.
Yep.
I mean, you want to measure yourself against the Lions. This team went to the NFC Championship game. Every player in the league watched that game. They know what was up.
Yep.
They knew the Lions had a big lead at halftime and couldn't salt it away in the second half. Lions have a big old target on their back, and players are going to want to make a name for themselves. Stand up for themselves and show what they've got. And, you think you're big and bad because you made the NFC Championship game? Bam!
Yep. It's funny because, Kang, until you brought it up, I never thought about it being more reflective of as to the Lions' status in the league. And you're right. Could this be complete and total overanalyzation? Yep. But if you think about what we have been, we would have seen this as a sign that our team wants to bring the fight to one of the big boys. And so, yeah, I think it's more about how teams are going to respond to the Lions, and that, get ready, because you're not sneaking up on anybody this year. You're going to get people's best shot, and the people are going to see their games against you, meaning us, meaning the Lions, as a test, a true test, and measuring themselves against one of the perceived best in the league.
Yeah, and I'm flipping through Twitter here, and you see that Daniel Jones has spoken with the media about it and said situations like that, you just try to stand up for your guys, talking about fights and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe for a player like Daniel Jones, which there was some issue with, I don't know if it was Matthew Betts or who it was, somebody that gotten into it with a lineman for the Giants.
He shoved a lion.
Daniel Jones jumps right in, and part of it is absolutely sticking up for your teammates. But the other part of that, the byproduct of that, Daniel Jones, who desperately needs to get the team's approval, that's a good move for Daniel Jones.
Probably.
All right, a guy who's not off to a great start to his career, and probably is he's got the contract, right, but he hasn't lived up to it. Everybody wants to replace him in town. He's got to earn the respect of his teammates, and that's a way to do it. So it's like that's an opportunity for Daniel Jones.
Well, now that you mention it, if we had heard, if everything were reversed, and some Lion offensive lineman was in a little bit of a battle in the trenches, and our guy thought the Giant went too far, and Jared Goff got in there and pushed him, I'd be like, what the hell are you doing? I wouldn't want Jared Goff doing that.
Wouldn't want to, but I also understand that quarterbacks can be protected very quickly if something like that happens. But I do think that the team would love it. I think teams love that stuff when the quarterback gets involved. To not that the quarterback's starting anything, because he's not, right?
It's the team might. I'm saying I would be saying, what the hell are you doing, Jared?
I wouldn't have a problem because I wouldn't expect him to get hurt.
Well, maybe we'll ask Jared about it the first time we talk to him this year. that first joint practice with the Giants. How out of control was it? 248-539-9797. All right. Are any of these signs something to get excited about? We'll get to that today at 1:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. I saw you put something in your show sheet that I swear I do every day now. Every day, I go to YouTube and I type in Inside the Den. I think one of the most fascinating pieces of team video I've ever seen put out was the Detroit Lions Inside the Den recap of the NFL draft and all that went into it, from video to the interviews in Indianapolis, visits to the building, guys getting drafted, getting the phone call, Brad Holmes talking about a player he's hoping will be there on the board.
Just amazing behind-the-scenes stuff.
We all understand that they're not going to feature the player that they missed. Oh, we really want this guy. Damn it! Because he goes to another team.
Right.
And we understand that it's coming from the team. They're going to make their picks look good. Got it. Yep. It's still
the guy they wanted all along.
It's still the best I've seen from a team video standpoint by a professional team. And they haven't come out with this year's yet. Didn't they have a teaser video that it was going to be coming out or something like that?
I thought there was something a while back, like in early June, that said that they were going to, be on the lookout for it in July, towards the end of July.
Which is when it came out last year. And
we haven't.
Checks notes. It's early August, and we still haven't seen anything. So as it stands right now, still nothing. It's going to come out, right?
I hope so.
Okay.
I want to see it. I know Kang wants to see it, and I damn sure know that you want to see it.
Yep.
When was the last Inside the Den thing you guys watched?
They did the Amon-Ra's visit to Germany.
Was that the last
I
one?
think those were the last two. There was I think it was a two-part series, and I did not watch that.
I didn't see that either.
But I've noticed that.
I watched it.
Did you?
Yeah, man, it's Inside the Den, dude.
And was it good?
Yeah, it's all about Amon-Ra, obviously, but that's not the stuff that we're really tuning in for. We're tuning in for
draft.
Yeah. He's got a great story, but yeah, we're
and I'm sure
we
it's
like
entertaining.
draft.
I want this story, man. I want this
draft.
one. I want to see, hey, do we double up and get Rakestraw? What are they talking about there?
Yep.
What are they talking about when it's getting toward? I'm sure it's going to be edited to make it look like the only guy they're really considering at 22 or whatever it was they picked was Arnold. But at that point, it was like, holy crap, Arnold's there, and it became.
Well, that was our reaction.
Yeah, it was like an Arnold or Darius Robinson were the two guys I think that we were looking and thinking, this is. I wonder if they're going to fall away. And then, the Lions have made a trade. I feel like we should have had our own version of that here from the station.
Our Inside the Den?
From draft week of doing all the shows from Buffalo Wild Wings in Detroit and just the proximity we were to the draft and all that. Doing our that special show that we did that night that I believe was broadcast on Twitch as well. When the trade went down, because it goes down right after, I think it was right after 11 o'clock. Mm-hmm. And I was getting ready to leave. We were going to be on there till midnight.
We were doing
2 different
hour-long
shifts. Yeah, we kept switching around. And so I did my 2 hours and it was getting ready to, it was kind of the side of the stage. And then as I turned my back to the stage, there's a trade. Like if we should have that behind the scenes stuff, because that was cool as hell for us.
Yeah.
Let alone what it's going to be like for a National Football League team that's making the move on the draft. But it was so awesome. Like, what are they doing? They just moved up to 22 or whatever. Who are they going to take? It's got to be Terry and Arnold, right? And it was. Like, the whole place erupts.
Yep.
It was amazing.
Well, I would imagine they were erupting in the war room as well, but we haven't had a chance to.
Maybe that's it. Maybe they're waiting to clear all the illegal hurdles of getting the footage of our reaction.
I don't think that's it.
I think that's probably it. They probably want to make sure that we may have to be signing some papers after the show today.
You believe that?
Probably. Some releases.
Before the break, I said, is this anything to get excited about? And we are taking extraordinarily small sample sizes and analyzing what's going on. And I'm talking about 3 names in particular with the Detroit Tigers. I'm going to start with Bly Madris. Going into this season, tell me if you ever imagined that there would be a player named Bly impacting a Detroit Tiger baseball team, you would have guessed no, I'm sure. Bly Madris is now hitting .382 with a .421 on base, a .529 slugging. He's got a homer and a couple doubles. Gator, is this something or nothing with Bly Madris?
I tend to think it's nothing because he's 28. Mm-hmm. He's been through a few organizations already. He's had a cup of coffee with Pittsburgh and Houston each of the last 2 seasons, and now he's getting his opportunity with the Tigers. I'd like to think it's more, but I just don't know if it is. I'm encouraged watching him play and hitting line drives pretty much everywhere, and he's had some big hits. But all in all, he's just kind of
just a dude.
He's just a dude, I think.
Yeah, he was a 9th round pick. I tried to find if he was ever like a rated prospect, and really he wasn't. He's played more first base at Detroit than he played his entire career at the major league level. He's played 11 games at first, and he played a couple in Pittsburgh, a couple in Houston, and 9. So he's played the same amount. He played 11 games at first. He's played 11 at Detroit. Look, it's a fun little sidebar story, but I don't think he's anything to build around. Now, I don't know that people thought Kerry Carpenter would be either, and he's turned out to be. He could be a building block.
The difference is Kerry Carpenter he blazed through the minors, and Bly Madris has done nothing really in the minor leagues. It made you think, oh, this is a possibility. I mean, he's got 38 plate appearances with the Tigers, but he's made the most of it. He's hitting .382 during that span with a .950 OPS. I mean, go, my man. Do what you can. But I don't expect that he is anything more than, someone that's just warming the seat for somebody else.
All right. In the meantime, look who's back. Parker Meadows. Parker Meadows, who struggled mightily, went to AAA, played 3 games, and had hits in all 3 games when he came back, including hitting a home run, got hurt, has come back on Saturday night, went 2 for 5, and had a huge triple in extra innings for the Tigers to get on the board and tie Kansas City in that game in extra innings and eventually win on the walk-off. Parker Meadows 1 game back, even a smaller sample size than Bly Madris. But if you couple that with the 3 games he had before he got hurt after his minor league stint, he kind of picked up where he left off.
People kept saying about Parker Meadows, those that in the media and scouting that would tell their thoughts to the media, that he's got potential. He's got potential. He's just got to get that bat together because he's clearly elite defensively, which he is. And 2022 with the minors with the Tigers, he hit 20 home runs that year, had an .819 OPS. Last year, in 114 games in the minors, he had 19 home runs with an .812 OPS. Could he hit at the major league level? That was the big question. And when he started with the Tigers last year, late in the season, when he was brought up, he hit for a couple weeks. He looked great, and then he started not to look great. And then he starts this season and looked completely outmatched, looked pathetic with his team, and didn't make it, out of April. Basically, they sent him down and said, "You got to work on this," and he did. And he hit .292 in the minors in 237 plate appearances. So he got to work, and he was honing that craft. And his on base percentage was 90 points higher than his batting average. So that was good to see as well. And there were things that you like. The left-handed swing. He's got the good frame, and he's got wheels, and you can feel he's got everything. Can he put it all together? Give him his chance. He earned his chance. Plays 3 games, gets hurt. Now he's back again, and like you said, had the 2 hits and including the triple. It looks good. I'm crossing my fingers with this one, right? Because he's got everything you want. Usually when guys are developing in the minors, the last hurdle they have to clear is, defensively, we got to find a place for him. That's the first thing. He cleared that easy. And he just walked right over that hurdle because he's amazing as a center fielder. Can he hit? Please, let him hit and let him stay healthy. Because when he's healthy, he can be a difference maker because he gets on the base paths. He's so fast. And he does have a power swing to him.
And then maybe the most intriguing development is the last week of July, somebody down at Toledo started to hit. Spencer Torkelson on July 23rd hit a home run, followed up with a couple home runs on July 28th, homered on August 1st.
Yeah, the 7 RBI game there.
Yep, then came back and homered and doubled yesterday. It feels as though Torque is starting to change the narrative a little bit and making the case for coming back to Detroit.
Well, he's got 4 home runs and 14 RBIs in his last 7 games. He's done a lot lately. I think they want to still see him do that for a longer stretch. And, the batting average has been brought up, and he's hitting .253 at Toledo. The on-base percentage at 371. That's robust to be 120 points better than your batting average. And now he's starting to hit the ball out of the ballpark. And they said that they've trusted him with he's starting to feel more athletic with the swing. Just go out there and swing and stop thinking too much. And he's doing what they want him to do. I don't know when he'll be brought back up, but I suspect if he continues to hit, it's just a matter of time before he does. But you want to just give him as much confidence as you can.
That'll probably be the end of Blythe Madras, but
it might be. It might be. It might coincide with that. But look, they've got other guys. Kerry Carpenter's ready to start an assignment soon, like any day now. That he'll be getting into some games. So if he comes back, someone's going to have to go. Riley Green, how serious is his injury? Is he going to be ready to come back right away? That's another guy that's going to come in. They've got guys going to come back, and other guys going to have to move off the roster.
All right, 248-539-9797, open lines, Champ and Chump. You want to get your phone calls in. Lions, a very, very physical joint practice with the Giants today, which is making actually national headlines. The Michigan case, you heard Paul Feinbaum and Pete Thamel's thoughts on it. Michigan fans, how do you feel about it? Got some Tiger stuff we've mixed in. And Gator, you asked a question in your show sheet about the Olympics. I was fascinated what made you ask this question. We'll get to that today at 1:31. Here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. You know, we were talking earlier about the 100-meter final. And they crossed the finish line. And Noah Lyles, I mean, they don't hear the play-by-play. The play-by-play guy for NBC, Peacock, whatever it is, said the Jamaican won. But they don't know that. And Noah Lyles has that sheepish look on his face like, I don't know that I won this. The Jamaican celebrates at first, but then he's like,
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure I won. And then they waited for how long? 30 seconds?
You see a while, you could hear somebody yell out, come on already.
Yeah. Before they announced that Noah Lyles had won in a photo finish, one of the most exciting races you'll ever see. And I was like, in real life, you don't get that sort of high tension anticipation. In the real world, our only anticipation like that where you're left waiting is stuff like, did I get the job? Right? My kids just went through it, and one of them, I mean, two of them did this, and not just went through it, I guess, but what colleges did I get into? You know, you put all this time and effort. I bet people that take like the bar, you just sit there and you have to wait for the results.
Give me the damn results.
And it's excruciating. So I don't know that we can relate to if you're an athlete and it comes down to a 10-second sprint and you cross the finish line and you look up at the scoreboard and it's blank and you're waiting and you're waiting and you're waiting. Is there a real life equivalent of that? Is it finding out the sex of your child? Is it, I don't know.
Or finding out if you're pregnant?
Could be. Could be. High tension moments.
Right. Waiting to find out, your last interview you do with, like, okay, we're going to decide and we'll be in touch. Like, okay, all right. Hello. So were you going to call me or am I supposed to call you? Never mind. I'll just wait. I'll wait.
Yeah.
The pregnancy thing is one, of course, but like the sex of the child, and we always waited for me and my wife for our two kids. We waited to tell everyone the sex of the child.
You found out, but you didn't tell.
Well, no, actually, I take that back. The first one we did do a gender reveal. The second one we told nobody. So everyone was waiting to see if it was a boy or girl in the second one.
We didn't find out on any of our three, and
that's a nice surprise.
And part of the reason we did it is because we're like, in life there aren't a lot of real surprises anymore. But what was weird was the idea that it was just a baby, nameless, faceless, no idea what it was, baby, and then obviously all along it's a boy or a girl,
right?
And it was with our first that the doctor pulled out my son and said, "Dad, what do you got?" He held up my son, and I got to make the call.
It looks like that's a boy.
Oh my God, is that a boy? Sir, we haven't cut the umbilical cord yet.
But yeah, we did it because there's not a lot of surprises in life.
Well, there's not a lot of good surprises left, I don't think.
No, you're right. And in the case, like Noah Lyles finds out he wins, and the look on his face was almost like shock. And then he runs away and the cameras go with him.
And then he starts Cadillacing it. Yeah.
Yeah. I see the poor Jamaican in the background, and I was happy for Noah Lyles.
He just starts walking away.
Yep. And that's the surprise he didn't want. When he crossed the finish line, I think he honestly thought he won the race.
Noah Lyles thought he won the race. Thompson won the race. He said in the interview after, he said, I'm not going to lie, I thought I was beat, And he was actually kind of telling the Jamaican guy, like, hey, I got to back off. I think you got me on this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the guy that you heard yelling, come on, man, Gator, that was the Jamaican guy going, come on, man, like, show me the result. Like, I won this, right? Like, I won this, right? And they're all waiting.
I felt bad for him.
I did too.
And then when he walks away from Lyles, and I was like, I wanted Lyles to turn around and, like, embrace the guy.
Kind of hug him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Do something there and then go celebrate. But look, whatever.
I'm not mad at
No, I'm not mad at
all.
him all. No, in fact, because the Jamaican just kind of like took off on his own, went the opposite direction. So, and then it became cool because Lyles is like doing his victory lap, if you will, and then you see his mom walking down, down the stairs, and that was really, really cool. And she's mic'd up, and for the event, it was pretty awesome. There've been some great moments in the Olympics, man. Some really, really cool. Emotional stuff and stuff that you should get something should stir inside you.
I told you that probably the biggest emotion invoked in me was the poor British runner that DQ'd at the 100 and waited 4 years to run in this race, left 7/10 after the gun went off. They say that's too fast. You can't process it. You jump the start. You're out.
Which is absolutely ridiculous. Like, okay, maybe I did jump it, but I wasn't it wasn't. I didn't jump before the gun went off.
No. And they went over and they told him they hold up a red card. And he's like, no. He wasn't going to leave. He's like, no, I'm not leaving. And I can't even imagine being in those shoes. Like, that was probably the biggest emotion evoked in me the entire time, is this poor guy.
Saturday was just a day chock full of it. Like, you had Jim Leyland with his whole ceremony there, which was touching. And then I'm watching the Olympics later on, and you get the Ukraine. I mentioned it was my champ of the week because the 4 women up there celebrating the gold medal that they won for team fencing, and it's just, they're all emotional about it, and the enormity of what's going on with Ukraine and Russia. And then I'm watching Trinity Rodman and the United States women. There's no score. They're in like the second extended time against the Japanese, and she scores the goal, and a amazing shot, and yet at the same time, like, did she hit the ball with her arm? Please don't let that hit her arm.
Right.
But it was awesome that they were able to overcome that and win that. And then you're like seeing all these other, champions and from different sports, and it's just did you
see
really
Djokovic?
Cool. No, I didn't see him.
That's another emotional one that happened. I mean, he broke down and started crying. He says, like, the greatest thing. He's won like every major. He's one of the best tennis players of all time, and he won the gold medal, and it was like the best thing that ever happened to him.
And Doug had Scotty Scheffler and how emotional he got. And like, these are pros, right? Like, Djokovic, how many? He's won 1 million titles, and Scotty Scheffler's the number one golfer in the world, and he's been on PGA Tour for a number of years here. He's got a couple green jackets and all this, and like, what are we doing? What are we doing? It's awesome. Yep. That's what it is. I mean, even these guys who are pros, now that they get to participate in the Olympics, they're loving it, and it's wearing their emotions on his sleeve, and it was great. It was great. I was watching last night, and I called my dad afterwards, my parents afterwards, because I saw that the swimming, the women's medley relay team that set the world record. There are 4 women from completely different parts of the country, but also parts that you don't associate with swimming. Evansville, Indiana, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Nashville, Tennessee, and Arlington, Virginia. It's not like Miami Beach, Los Angeles, California. These were Midwest ties for a lot of them. And then watching the men's final in the 100 meters, and who's the Kung Fu guy?
Oh, Kung Fu Kenny.
I forget what his last name is. And, he doesn't medal, but look where he's from. He's from Rice Lake, Wisconsin.
Matters to you.
Matters to me because my grandparents had a place in Trego, Wisconsin, which is in the middle of nowhere. It's northwestern Wisconsin.
Help the people understand by telling them, give them some reference points.
Oh, sure. It's right by Spooner or Hayward, Wisconsin. That's where the airport is. Real close to Trego and Lamson. And Minong. Don't forget Minong.
Thank you.
Minong. Rice Lake, Wisconsin. And his story is awesome because I believe he and his siblings were adopted by the family out there in Rice Lake, because I'm pretty sure you don't see too many African Americans in Rice Lake, Wisconsin. And it's just great to see all these little American stories, that come together. That's what makes the Olympics great.
Well, the question you asked in your show sheet is what feels like it doesn't belong, and an event that feels mismatched with the Olympics.
I mean, I feel like there's a bunch of events.
There's one that I'm just like, do we really, this feels like a stretch.
I'm starting to get, look, when we started into this a week and a half ago before the Olympics began, and I'm like, I don't have a ton of interest in it. And then I knew I was going to get caught up in it at some point, and then you do.
Yep.
So, do I sound a little hypocritical? You betcha. Because I didn't have interest in it going into it, and then it clearly has developed. But I look at some of these events, and I'm like, do we need to have 3-on-3 basketball in addition to the 5-on-5, right? We got the team, and now you got 3-on-3. And we're not even throwing out like good players in the 3-on-3. Like who is this? This is like one of.
Well, I say, what's next? 4-on-4, 2-on-2, 1-on-1.
I mean, what are we doing? Who are these players? The players are like people that don't even play in the NBA.
I mean, we could have put out Karl Anthony Towns, Paul George, and James Harden.
Right.
We could have put out Cade Cunningham, Evan Mobley, and Jalen Green, the first 3 draft picks of a 2020 draft.
the entire, that's the number one thing for me is 3-on-3 basketball. And I watched it and I kind of like the pace of it and all that. But I can't help but think, did anyone ask for this?
I mean, seriously, why?
Don't know.
And then now you got all these mixed events too. Like we were the mixed triathlon.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Well,
I don't understand why they have some of these events. A lot of them are really cool. There's some unique events that the canoeing is interesting, but do we need mixed canoeing?
probably not. But 3-on-3 basketball is the number one for me.
Yeah, I don't understand.
The world was not clamoring for it, is my guess.
Well, wait till flag football in L.A.
Is that a real deal?
Yeah.
I mean,
this is all marketing. It's all money. It's all greed. The NFL is going to be all over it, okay, to try to market their game to the world in any form or fashion. So, yeah, get ready for that 2028.
This feels a little bit like they're taking stuff we used to do in gym class and just making Olympic events.
mixed billiards? Is mixed billiards coming up?
How about floor hockey?
That's kind of like field hockey, right?
It's kind of like hockey,
Or
but with a ball and running on the floor.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, these days it can be really hard to find reliable service. So I'm going to talk about a company that's got great service. My garage doors, they needed some work, right? I needed a new battery at one point in time. What am I going to do? Well, I called the right people. Precision Garage Door, scheduled the appointment, and they came out right away. Daryl, the whole team, they were awesome, easy to work with, very professional. And listen, this is the thing about customer service. You want great customer service. You want to be able to schedule an appointment on your time, not necessarily their time, but your time. This is what you can do. You can schedule your appointment online on their website for a time that's going to work for your schedule. You can also call in. All calls are answered 24/7. They offer the industry's leading warranty. And if you mention 97 won the ticket, they're going to waive the service fee. And if you're looking for a career, Precision Garage Door is always hiring. Call them now. Get it fixed today. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
were discussing earlier the fact that the men's 100-meter final, the marquee event of the Olympics, was a photo finish. It took them forever to figure out who won. And forever was 30 seconds. But in life, one of those times where the anticipation just kills you. Russell writes in from Imlay City, I'm an actor, and waiting to hear if I got a part is pretty nerve-wracking. I would imagine that's the case.
Yep.
I would imagine that's the case. Unnamed texter, at the ultrasound, waiting to see boy or girl. That's nerve-wracking as a dad. You love all your kids, but when you've got 2 girls, you do want a boy.
Dad, why is my name Michael Jordan? Don't worry, honey.
Did you?
I told you it's Michelle.
Yeah. French.
Do you remember that? Because
What?
we never did it. We never found out. But do you remember waiting, like, to
Oh,
find
yeah.
it?
It's awesome. I mean, so my buddy, actually, we both have our youngest children are both girls, and they were born 2 days apart. So he was in the hospital after we just had our daughter, and he had 2 daughters, just like that texter, and they had a third one he was hoping for a boy, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't find out the sex until the day of birth.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so he's in the hospital, and I know this, and he sends me a text, and he says, the text just says this, I hit the trifecta. And I felt like, I mean, baby healthy, mom healthy, and all that
All
stuff.
that
So,
matters,
yeah,
yeah.
that's all that matters, honestly. But I couldn't help but be like, I felt a little bad for him
Right,
because he was
right.
going for it, man.
Gonna go for it, honey.
But this is the chance you take. Now he's got 3 little girls.
Is he trying on a 4th?
No, he's done. But I mean, of course, he loves all 3 of his girls. But the
course.
funny thing
Yep.
is, the text was, I hit the trifecta.
Let's go to Casey in Birmingham here on 97 a ticket. Hi, Casey.
Happy Olympics, fellas.
Thank you.
So I was talking to the screener, and I don't think anybody – it's too late for the champ and chump, but I want to chump Kristen Faulkner. She won the road race for cycling in the Olympics. She wasn't – like she got knocked out, didn't qualify for it, got dropped into it kind of out of nowhere, and I got dropped into it with my little girl watching it. It was one of the morning events. And she's sitting there in 4th place. I'm like, well, we'll keep watching because, maybe she'll come out of this chase group and, get a bronze. And they get closer to the finish. I'm about 5 kilometers out, and she just makes a mad dash for it, takes off and beats them by over a minute. And we're just sitting there watching. My little girl, she's just about to turn 3, so she probably, I don't know if she'll remember it or not, but we're sitting there cheering. And, she's been, running around saying she's doing the Olympics, doing floor routines in the middle of the living room. I mean,
That's cool.
there's just something about the Olympics, man. And Scotty kind of coming out of the back of the pack and taking that over that was Sunday morning too.
Scott Scheffler,
It
yeah.
was just a fun little Sunday,
Yeah. So that race, the Kristen Faulkner race, it was very weird because, like, I don't know how much you saw, but near the end, the 2 leaders were Voss and Voss.
Mm-hmm.
There was like a good stretch where the 2 out in front were VAS and VOS. And I'm like,
highly favored in the race.
yeah. And then she catches up, and oddly, like, I don't know why, everybody let her go. It's just
Well,
like,
they all 3 of them looked at each other and they're like, do you have anything to go chase this girl down? And they all kind of were just like,
they all punted.
We don't.
They all punted and said,
it
I'll just.
was wild. And they're like, well, I guess the 3 of us are going to race for, bronze and silver at that point.
Mhm.
And they just sat back because all 3 of them realized they couldn't catch her. And they're like, well, the only way, so they sat back, and it was just a wild race for 3rd. But it was just really cool because, that wasn't even her, she grew up a rower, like,
I mean,
went to Harvard, and it was just a wild story.
It's almost you see these elite athletes that are probably just good at everything they do. Go out and win a gold at the Olympics in some sport that they weren't doing their entire life. 248-539-9797. More anticipation texts. Max writes in, I get extremely excited when I see the waiter bringing food. Like, is this my food? That's pretty funny. Eric in Clinton Township. When you're driving fast on the expressway and you see a cop in the median and you look back in your rear view mirror to see if he's going to pull out behind you and pull you over.
Yeah, there's that. Been there.
That's intense.
Driving.
Oof. Come
Look
on.
at my speed. My
Yeah.
speed is right at the speed limit.
Oh, then you're fine.
Should I go a mile an hour over? Should I go 2 over just to make it look like I'm not paying attention to the cop behind me?
I'm breezy. I'm driving breezy.
Don't go too slow. Don't go too. Oh crap!
I was driving home last week. It's funny because I never told the story on the air, and I passed a cop in the median, and I'm going 73 and a 70, or it was like 3-4 miles an hour over, whatever it was.
Ah, you're fine.
He pulled out.
Oh,
come on. Then you're like, really?
And he starts speeding up, and he's catching up, and I'm like, this can't be here
for me.
And he caught up, and he went right past me. I'm like, whew.
That's a great feeling.
It is.
It is
See,
amazing.
I push it to like, I'm usually 5+ over, right? So I'm like on that borderline where like, all right, they could get me here, or they could not and pass by me.
But he's right. The anticipation while you're waiting it's terrible. And there's not one person that doesn't pass that cop and look in the rearview mirror whether you're speeding or not.
Every time.
It's funny how all the cars go the exact same speed as soon as the cop pulls around, right? What? We're all the same speed here, right? Everybody good?
You ever see somebody just jam on the brakes?
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah.
Come on, you don't do that, man. They do. There's always a guy or two.
Like, you're getting busted.
I gotta
don't.
say, by the time
red
they
flag.
see you jamming on the brakes, probably isn't going to save you. Slowly applying the brakes and begging for forgiveness might save you. But
Going back to the food one, Gator, like when you're starving, right? And you've ordered food and you're like, you can't wait. And then you see your waiter, your server, have a big tray or whatever.
Oh,
like, yeah, is that
that's
ours?
us.
Is
That's
that,
us.
Yeah, that, like,
No, that's too much
it's
food.
not.
That's
No.
not us.
Is that heading this way?
Oh crap! They got the crab cakes. It looks really good. We should have gotten crab cakes. Why didn't we get crab cakes?
I'm starving.
Get FOMO, major FOMO at the rest. Don't you? You always get FOMO at the restaurant, don't you? When you see other plates of food come out and you take a look over and like, wow, that looks really good.
you do realize I almost never do that.
Well, because you don't eat. So
Yeah, you hate your taste buds. We've
Yeah.
talked about this.
restaurant. Who needs to go to a restaurant? We got food right in our backyard.
You know what kale looks like from a distance, so you know it's not your food.
I do. I know exactly
Okay,
what
you know
having.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
All the time you get the FOMO.
Sorry,
I know.
Can't relate.
You know how many times I've switched my order the very last second? Like, I hate myself for this. Like, I always, like, what are you going with? Oh, I'm going with this. And then the waiter comes around, I order something different because in the last second I decide on something else.
That's happened.
Why?
That sounds like a panic move.
It is. I panic picked.
Do you ever order, like, if you and your wife are going to get the same thing,
We don't.
you don't ever get the same thing?
Nope.
Or is there a rule that says you can't get the same thing because I'm going to want to try something that you have?
That's why we will never, me and my wife will never order the same thing.
Not knowing for a moment, how about hitting that long putt? You know it's the right line, but you're just wondering, did I hit it hard enough?
The answer is no, you didn't.
For me, it's almost always no. It's almost
Or you
always
hit it way too hard.
Yeah. Mike Stone has made his way in studio.
Hey, you brought ketchup in with you today, huh?
No, it's just a red water bottle.
Okay.
All right, I'll get down on my knees for you guys.
Oh, wow.
Oh, jeez.
Mike.
This microphone doesn't. People who are viewing this,
On a video stream, yes, it is. It is rather short.
it's not what it seems.
You want
Yes, indeed.
another? Here's a chair.
Okay.
Can I get you a
No,
seat, please?
The chair won't even do much because I can't raise the microphone.
Well, you
Oh,
won't
there
be.
we go.
You won't be there
I'll
long.
hunch over a little bit more than I already do.
You got the natural hunch. It's fine.
You had an incident this weekend, huh? Are you going to talk about it?
Yeah, I might mention it, and Mike doesn't know. And I have another one that might even be.
It's nothing.
worse.
It's nothing huge, but
No.
it does happen. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Gee, what do you think? Mike, fresh from vacation, and he gets basically meat given him to a dog. I mean, this is, yes, we're going to talk about the Michigan situation. And as a Michigan fan, I'm not surprised. I guess John finally admitted today that they cheated. And it's pretty obvious, but we'll see what happens, what should happen, what will happen, and how did it happen.
Did you hear the Thamel and Feinbaum stuff?
They don't think the NCAA is going to come down hard on them at all.
All right, have a great show.
Okay.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Things get a little testy in the Giants and Lions joint practice today, leading to several post-play scrums. The Lions came out of the day a bit hobbled as well, as new corner Terrion Arnold is being evaluated for a brain injury. Sam Laporta did not participate in the practice after sustaining an injury last week in Allen Park as well.
Did Daniel Jones die in the scrum?
He didn't. No, he spoke about it. I'll play that out for you later. The Lions also held out Brian Branch as he continues to mend after offseason leg injury. Dan Campbell confirmed they'll both be fine long term. In the preseason football coaches poll, Michigan ranked 8th. Georgia tops the ranking, while Ohio State comes in just below them at number 2. The Tigers had the day off as they make their way out to Seattle for a 3-game set tomorrow. Fellow AL Central members Chicago White Sox do play tonight against the Athletics. However, they look to avoid an American League record 21 straight losses. A loss tonight would tie them with the 98 Orioles. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, welcome in. Ready to roll. This is very exciting, Michael. The Godfather has joined us. You ready to get in that Wolverine ass? Let's party. I come back from vacation to Scandal Talk. This is great. This is superb.
I saw the news yesterday, and I was up north. I said, man, I don't even know if I have to come into work today, because I know there's one person who's going to be really freaking happy.
No, well, look, this is, okay, we're going to get into this. But, Mike, the whole premise of this is,
I know,
what should happen, what will happen are two completely different things.
Correct.
Because if you're operating under the guise that we live in a just and fair world, we don't.
No, we don't.
What should happen is they should all be turned into the unsullied and thrown into the sun. But that's not going to happen. So we can get into this. But I think you're right. Okay, the pleasure I take is everything I said in the fall has, after we let it play out, well, it's played out. Mm-hmm. Everything I said was true.
Yeah.
This douche was on our sidelines. These idiots, the guy's stealing hard drives. Everyone's accessing it. I mean, who are we kidding here? And look, the headline is Sharon Moore, a.k.a. Fall Guy. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't need to see what's in the text. I don't care what they were talking about. It could be the weather. I don't text people I don't know or don't value 52 times. And the day it was reported, Connor Stalions, Hamburglar, he deleted the texts. End. It just is what it is. So, look, here's how I wanted to do it today. But, Mike, I'm all aboard however you want to go with this. I think what should happen and will happen are two different things. But understand this. This is my PSA. If you don't think Michigan did anything wrong, I'm not going to convince you otherwise. I'm not even going to try.
What are we? Is this political here?
It is.
Yes.
Because the rest of the free world, a.k.a. people with an IQ over roughly 80, know you did something wrong. Hell, your overlord John Jansen admitted you cheated today, and it killed John. His soul left his body when he said it. But you don't get to tell us not to say that.
No.
Look, here's the reality. Mike, you said this to me pre-show. This is the funniest part. You can't get bent out of shape if your rivals are happy today. We don't like you. It's funny.
I get
the people who pretend
I
they are above reproach, right? They are just cleaner than a preacher's sheets. They're the biggest scumbags in the game. That's hilarious to me. That's okay. It's sports.
Correct. Just like if, Michigan fans, and I am one.
Season ticket Stoney.
That's right.
He's back.
STS. Season ticket Stoney. When Ohio State had the trestle gate and all that crap, Michigan fans, we were laughing.
Well, that's my whole point. So look, we can get into it. And the Sharon Moore thing, I said this all fall. I may as well say it now. It's not a predictive measure. I don't think it will happen. But if you're going to ask me what should happen, he should be fired. Simple. He was a part of it. How do I know it? I don't know. I have common sense. When you're talking to Connor Stallions and holding his play calls, or you're taking your headset off mid-game, you don't get to say he was a low-level staffer. Low-level staffers don't get to talk to the coaches. Look, he's a repeat NCAA violator. He's got multiple grade 2s, which means he's facing a grade 1. I wouldn't have him lead my program. And I wouldn't want this hanging over my head. I would just get rid of it.
Well,
you're not going to the playoff this year. Get rid of it.
I'm going to be consistent because last year when all the crap went down with Harbaugh and I got vilified for it, I said if it's level 1, that's right. If it was level 1, I said Harbaugh should lose his job. If Sharon Moore, I don't think it's going to go level 1. There'll be 2 level 2s. I don't know if that's going to transcribe into a level 1. Because he didn't do it as the head coach, I don't think he should be fired from that position.
But it's even worse to me because he did it as the OC. Look, I have said to you from the start, this lone wolf theory was nothing more than convenient propaganda from the useful idiots in the Michigan media. You know who you are. And amongst the other things you hang off of, my every word is one of them. You know who you are. You're Kremlin propagandists. So no one's listening to you unless they're paying $10.99 a month for you to feed them Bula. It's just common sense. Sharon and Minter and before him McDonald, the coordinators benefited, period. If you want to tell me Harbaugh's above reproach, you're still wrong because coaches don't have to know to be held responsible.
No,
look at the bylaws.
Look at Steve Fisher.
Right.
I don't think he knew, and he got fired.
Stoney at 4:15 talks to Mel Pearson. Look, I can't keep the scandal straight with this place. So it's just one of these deals. Yes, there's a lack of oversight by Ward Manuel.
Hold on a second. Are you talking about the guy who was given the award last week or two as the Big Ten Athletic Director of the Year?
You can't be serious.
Oh, yeah.
Are you serious?
Am I serious?
You effing with me?
No.
How
He's
is
serious?
Wait, Athletic Director of the Year who had a total lowlife as a basketball coach. You had a deranged cheater as your football coach. You were only firing Mel Pearson because you were forced to after scandal. The mysterious volleyball coach with no termination letter. Well, how about being a rental car service? He was the AD of the year?
Yes.
Look, if we lived in a just world, that wouldn't happen. We don't. Sign Nancy and Paul Pelosi's stock portfolio.
Yes.
We don't live in a just world. So you can deal in what will happen. I largely don't care. Why? Because no one respects your title. That's a win for me.
That's all you wanted.
I don't care because I knew they cheated.
And for Michigan fans like STS,
season ticket Stoney, row 47.
If you don't think that they cheated, let me know. 248-539-9797.
You can live in that world.
They cheated.
Now, what should happen? All right, you want what should happen if it was a just world, right? If we had an actual governing body?
None of your bias involved here?
No, none.
Okay.
Look, if State did it, I still would have gone to the national title game with my father and had fun.
Right.
But I would have known what's on the other side of it is
Correct.
Leviathan tipping my boat upside down. So here's the deal. If you're asking me in a just world that we don't live in?
Right.
Fantasy?
Yeah.
Moore's gone, 2-year postseason ban, and they vacate all the wins. Won't happen. What should happen is absolutely that. It's one of the great cheating scandals I've ever seen. And unlike a place like Tennessee, McDonald's bags of money, it's not a victimless crime. You impacted the actual integrity of what's going on in between the lines. There were coaches fired because of your nonsense. I don't believe it was a minimal advantage. Again, more propagandist nonsense. It's real. If you know what the other guys are doing, this isn't football 1995.
No.
This is not about, hey, we're running the ball, I'm a man. No, we're schematically, there are so many examples on video of Michigan having the exact perfection, as if they knew what the opponent was doing. Having guys be there a tick faster, line up a bit better, know what's coming. It's just clear as day what this cat was doing. And the best part, Stoney, sorry, if he was a lone wolf, why the hell is he stealing hard drives and why were 5 people accessing them? Come on. I'm not coming at you.
No,
I'm
I
just
know.
saying,
Look.
it's okay to just say the quiet part out loud. You got your, what did I say all last fall? Enjoy it now. You won't like what happens afterwards. Well, we're in the afterwards.
Right.
The hell you want me to do? Change my tune?
No.
No, you're filth. Who cares?
And you know what? If you have a national championship T-shirt or a sweatshirt like I got for a gift, I'm still going to wear it.
You can, and we'll laugh at you.
That's
and that's
fine.
okay.
That's what
right?
sports are.
You live in your world. I
Right.
live in mine.
That's okay.
But what I'm not going to do, like, this is not going to be a holy war because
No.
it's clear as day that unless you are in the Michigan cult, you are on one side of this. And if you are there and you pray at the altar of dear leader Jimmy, you're never going to see clearly. I can't help you.
Well, you acknowledge that the other side, your school, is a cult of people who just are absolutely going. I can't say what I really want to say.
What are you hold on.
Getting their jollies off right now?
Oh,
That's a
gotcha.
cult. There are people.
Yes.
Now, you're not one of them, though, who basically, because you care more about your team than Michigan. There are people, you know them too, who seem to somehow, for some ridiculous, care more about Michigan falling than their own school rising.
Slander's allowed. He's back tomorrow. Look, the whole point is, and
I'm
we
saying
can.
you could sit there and say which cult is worse. Look,
It's
a
not.
lot of college football.
I think
is
people
all
taking
cults.
pleasure in their rival burning to the ground is a lot healthier than people living with, some cognitive dissonance, like playing pretend. The reality is I've never seen someone play dress up on an opponent's sideline. Okay? There's never been anything like this. You're asking me to levy a penalty because the draft of the allegations is out. I can't.
No.
Because there is no guideline for
There's no
something
precedent
like this.
for this.
Here's the other one. The other one that kills me is now that the notice, the draft is out there. Well, Michigan beat OSU on the straight up. Right. That doesn't absolve you. Barry Bonds was going to the Hall of Fame without steroids. He still did them, and his head swelled up. You did this. So look, I'd love to talk about it, but I am not in the business. This is not going to go down like how it went down this fall. Yes, I have a lawn chair out. Yes, I'm laughing at you. I don't care. I have every right to. I know you cheated. And for all the slander and nonsense and the threats and the BS this fall, everything I said got proven right.
And you don't think that Michigan fans were laughing at the whole Mel Tucker? Of course they
They have
were.
every right to. Our
Yes.
coach lost $80 million adjusting his wrench. What do you want me to do?
Right.
There was no car in that room. I'm talking about a different tool.
Yes, I know.
I mean, you have every right.
That's what sports
Here's another
is.
one. My team blows. Laugh. Laugh at you should. We're terrible. I don't care. The reality is, at least we don't cheat. If we do, we're sure terrible at it. What do we have, Dexter Manley feeding our signs?
Well, your security people aren't very good on the sidelines either.
Well, from what I know, when a CMU coach
I
hands
know.
him the gear
I know.
and lets him in the gate,
I know.
and by the way, that CMU coach, where'd he come from?
Michigan.
U of M.
He's one of McElwain's boys, right?
Come on, yeah. I mean, it's all there. So my question is, okay, what now? Do you want this over with? I'm begging you to fight it. Oh, I hope you have all your amicus briefs because
No,
then we get into discovery and then Harbaugh would have to turn his phone over, which he wouldn't turn over because most innocent people deny just cooperating and getting out of it, right?
Right. Look,
Come on.
I know it's like it's not a gold star, but at least like Tennessee cooperated. That's why they're
sure. And listen,
and Sharon Moore cooperated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. After they already said, "Hey, you bum, we already have your stuff.
Well,
we
whatever.
recovered it."
But Harbaugh wouldn't have even done that. My
Which
point
is why
is,
I really
he's Pete freaking Carroll.
He is. He's worse. He's worse. He's not likable. Carroll at one point was likable. Harbaugh's just a Looney Tune.
Yeah, he's a Looney Tune, and Carroll chewed too much gum.
Big time. And he was a cheerleader. Harbaugh's
Yes.
a much better football man than
Yes.
Pete Carroll. I think Pete Carroll's a cheerleader. But I'd love to talk about it. And David, what I want to hear from you is this. Do you want this over with to where you would accept things right now, or you want to drag this puppy out and keep dealing with more and more and more? You tell me. We'll get to David because he's our our resident Wolverine scumbag.
Right.
Season ticket Stoney is in the house, and Paul knows all about scandals.
Yes.
He's a dirtbag who roots for Miami. All right. We got Nevin Shapiro at 2:45. Loaded show today. Summer is in full swing. Sun's out, days are longer, and your schedule actually gets a little bit busier. David all weekend at the ballpark, not Comerica, his kids' games. You want to get dinner on the table? How about Hungry Howie's? They have got some of the best deals of the year right now, including special menu items like the Pickle Bacon Ranch Pizza and the Backyard Burger Pizza. You can pick either of these up with your choice of flavored crust for $14.99 each for a limited time only. You got to hurry, though. Limited time only. Go to hungryhowies.com or download that app today and start your order now. It's Hungry Howie's. Just getting warmed up on a Monday, the Michigan scandal again. And again, I'm operating in two ways. You can talk about what you think will happen, and then there's the fun world of what should happen. Just understand, I'm 43. We don't live in a just world. If it was a just world, they'd get the death penalty and be done with it. They're scumbags. But that's not the world we live in, so I'm not going to yell and scream and demand things that aren't going to happen. My whole point this fall was you cheated. It's really bad, and let's not downplay that. Well, that's what's coming out. Sharon Moore, the day the report came out, deleted 52 texts from Connor Stallions. Jim Harbaugh wouldn't turn his phone over. How many staffers access those databases? At least 5. Just stop. You got videos of these guys talking to, quote, Lone Wolf, in-game, in the headset. Oh, what'd you say? Oh, it's Cheese Doodle 7. Everyone's then doing the Macarena, and Michigan's got the perfect play called. You were a program about to fire your Looney Tune coach after you bailed out so you didn't lose to Ohio State by 1,000. Then you turned into Super Mario after you got the shiny star and the fun music turned on, and you went 50-2 and beat every point spread. Guys, you cheated. And no one respects you. Now, if you don't care, that's cool. You don't respect me, I don't respect you. I get paid every 2 weeks.
They cheated.
That's it.
I'm a fan. They cheated.
Now,
there's no other way to look at it.
Now, what will happen? Probably not nearly what many, myself included, I don't like Michigan. Of course I want bad things for them. It'd be like if the LA Lakers were embroiled in a scandal. I'd be doing a rain dance. To me, if I were a Michigan fan, here's what I'd want. I got my national title. Who cares if there's an asterisk? There's one by Auburn's title, too. The point is, I would want this over with because I would be tired of dealing with this nonsense. So I would just get it done. But see, they're too arrogant to do so. Their continual noncompliance is why we're here.
Correct.
So I want to ask a true Wolverine scumbag. You're a transient. You're in town for a bit, but you weren't raised on Bo.
True.
You were raised on the sports machine with George Michael.
But I wasn't raised on that.
I want to go to David, who's a born and bred Walmarter. David, do you want this over where you would take penalties now, or do you want to fight the good fight? I want you to fight because this is Radio Go.
I don't want to fight. I just want to take what they give me and move on. I am so sick and tired of all of this. Just take the penalty, whatever the penalty is. Now, I agree with you. I don't think the NCAA is really going to do anything here.
Right.
I don't think they have it to really punish Michigan the way they should be punished. Because, yes, Stoney, they cheated.
Yes.
They got a great advantage from what they were doing. But, yes, take the punishment and let's move on.
David, understand this too, right? There's what will happen and should happen. Look, Michigan is very fortunate in this regard. I have always viewed the university as they're the rich kid born on third and daddy's a power attorney who can get the kid out of wrapping his car around a pole. That's Michigan. They're very fortunate it happened now because I think history is going to look back at COVID through now, and it's going to be a circus because it was COVID, it was a fake natty, it was NIL, it was chaos portal, it was no rules, and right in that mix, a desperate, deranged Harbaugh knowing he's going to be on ice, and they did what they had to do. But the problem is the NCAA's lost every lawsuit they faced.
Correct.
The NCAA, I don't know what they can do. To me, it was always about establishing, no, you're filth, and that's that. And if you don't care, I'm not asking you to. But the rest of society who likes college football does. To David's point, though, Stoney. And again, I'll throw the number out, 248-539-9797. My issue is this cheating scandal. It was so brazen. It was such an operation. The guy had funding. You'll never convince me otherwise. He was funded.
Uncle T?
Oh, who knows? I don't know. Uncle T, Uncle V, who knows? Maybe I funded him. The point I'm making is it hurts your ability to take the sport seriously if you are not a Michigan fan, meaning you can go out and execute the most broad-based cheating scandal we've ever seen. This isn't UNC or Kentucky with no-show classes or a kid getting a grade that he shouldn't get or even Tennessee with a bag of money. I don't really care. That doesn't really get to me. When you're impacting what goes on between those lines, I've never seen anything like that.
No. So just to be clear, the other stuff, clink scale with the verifying Instagram, $100.
I don't care.
You don't care about
I don't care.
The meals that they have.
No, the only thing that got me with their first scandal, cheeseburger. No. Everyone else was forced to stay home, and you were able to save the commitment of your five-star quarterback who was probably going somewhere else by having an illegal recruiting visit. It was in a worldwide pandemic. That's different. That's not having a C note in your double whopper. It's just not the same. So look, ultimately, that's the other problem I do have with this, Mike. They're multi-time offenders.
Right.
Harbaugh, do you realize Harbaugh last year was suspended for 6 games?
Well, two
in
different
two
things.
different scandals.
Right.
It's never happened
And
before.
then left because why? Well,
He
got a
couldn't
better
win.
job, and he couldn't get immunity from the school.
Well, why would he need immunity? He's innocent.
Exactly.
Oh, wait. No, he's not.
Right.
So I would like to know. So, David, what would you accept right now? If a penalty, if you were Ward and you go, look, we're ending this. We're done. What would you accept?
Anything.
I'll
short,
be the NCAA.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
anything short of taking my national title away. You take wins, fine. But as long as I have my national title, you can't take that from me.
Let me
I'll
ask you a
take
question.
anything you want.
What if we wipe those Big Ten titles?
That's fine.
You do that?
I still have the national title.
I do that too.
Yeah.
It's all about
All
winning
day.
the natty.
You
Right.
You do that for me?
Yes.
All right, hold on.
Yes,
hold on,
I
wait a
would
minute.
too.
This is exciting. So you're going to keep the natty.
Yes.
And no one respects it, but you're going to get to keep that little leather-bound
Yep.
Johnny Porkfats book.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's called Sportsgasm, cheating your way. So listen, we can get rid of the wins. We're taking the Big Ten title away.
Yep.
And Moore's got to be fired.
Okay.
You would do it all
Yes.
to never hear about it again.
Yes.
People, do you think David's out of his effing mind? Because I don't think any
No.
Michigan fan's going to agree with you.
No, either do I.
Oh, no, they won't agree with me.
Some might. Oh, look, I am, except for I wouldn't fire more. But 'cause
No,
he was
I'm making
assistant-
making a point
Yes.
again. In a world that is just, which we don't live in, I think it's an absurdity to have an associate of the scandal take the team over. That's absurd to me. It just is. On face. He benefited on this scandal. He was the OC.
I know.
You got him on video.
He didn't know anything about it. What, Mike? What are you talking about? He knew nothing.
Just some virgin weirdo showing up on the sidelines and going, Brad, hey, coach, I think a double A gap would be great here. Like, no. They were taking this guy's stuff and implementing it. He benefited. He shouldn't be there. I don't live in a world where I expect that to happen.
No.
Like, look, if they says here would be the absurdity of all of it, Mike. If they suspend Moore for 3 games to start the year, I mean, what is it? Death, taxes, and the head coach at U of M being suspended to start the year?
Sure.
Like, I would look at it and go, what kind of program are we running here? Guys, this is a cartoon. You used to bitch about Ohio State because the players sold their pants for tattoos. You wanted them shut down.
Close the program.
Jim Tressel couldn't coach in college because of that.
I know. That shows how weird it was.
So ask yourself this question. If this were Ryan Day happening right now, would your reaction be the same? Of course
Of course
wouldn't.
not. That's
So-
what being a fan is all about. Just admit it.
Well, I just, like I
You
said.
did.
And Mike, that's the whole part that, like, I feel a disconnect with my customer base. Because, like, I am a Yankee fan. If I found out that Fenway Park sank into the Atlantic Ocean, I'd laugh. I don't like the Red Sox. Like, where did we get to a point where it's wrong to not like your rival? Look, Jim Harbaugh said, an apology won't do. There needs to be consequences for the tunnel. So why would I be wrong going there has to be consequences for cheating?
No, you're not wrong.
It depends who you ask. 248-539-9797. All right, we've set it up. What should happen? What will happen?
Yeah.
And
If Michigan fans, does any of this that came out change your mind? Do you think you're still innocent?
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls next. Being number one's not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience with 111 years making the world's best mattresses. They do it right here in Michigan. And right now, during the Labor Day sale, they save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. All you need to do is go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, we're going to go to the callers. I think we set the table up.
Yes.
We'll see what happens. Mike Stone in today. The Godfather joins us, or as we're referring to him, season ticket Stoney. We'll get to the Tigers later on today. I want to congratulate you. You've accomplished something incredible. That's all I'll tell you. David, hold the ticket text. I want to go straight to the people. Chad in Northville will bat lead off today. Chad, how the hell are you, buddy?
Hey, Mikey, no longer in Northville. I'm in Florida, baby. But hey, glad to lead things off. I have an interesting thing I wanted to share last year when all this came out. I think you can actually find a linear connection just with the results, the game results, and you can see exactly when the Connor Stallions thing was really working to a T. And I'll explain it. So Stallions was there for about a year and a half, right? He was there for the 22 season and the first half of the 23 season. You look at the 21 season, Michigan wasn't that dominant. They were very lucky to beat Penn State at Penn State. I think if I remember correctly, we needed some sort of crazy fumble by Penn State.
Let me just, I want to correct you on one thing. I've seen pictures of him standing next to Don Brown. So he was there longer than that. Just FYI.
Really?
I think he was an intern or something.
That's fine. Yeah. I'm just telling you, he was there. But go ahead.
Okay. Well, they said he was employed for 18 months because I looked at, when all this came out, I was looking into it. I'm like, okay, when was, and I really tried to figure out when was he there? I think the 22 season is when it was really effective. Because 21, technically, at least as far as his employment, he wasn't there yet. Again, very lucky to beat Penn State. They beat Ohio State by 12, but they didn't blow their doors off, and they looked very average against Georgia. You look at the 22 season, they absolutely crushed Penn State, absolutely crushed Ohio State, and just absolutely crushed everybody. I mean, no one had a chance. They buried and swallowed everybody. And the TCU game, they still probably should have won. It weren't for a couple of JJ pick sixes and tomfoolery at the goal line. You probably should have won that game.
Hey, unfortunately, as a Michigan fan, Stallions screwed up. He didn't have anybody scout TCU.
Well, hold on. There are two notes on this, right?
Whatever it was.
But hold on. Even if you go to the Michigan State game in 21, the K-9 game, go back and watch where MSU inexplicably went hurry up and Michigan couldn't get lined up right. It didn't make sense at the time, and I'm going, what is Jay Johnson doing? Boop, K-9 again, touchdown. I think teams already had an idea something was fishy.
Well, yeah, and they lost the game that year. So again, but 22 was the year where it was really effective. You can see it. And then 21, everything gets, comes out. They got to fire the guy, and all of a sudden they look a little bit
so before,
more,
and here's your splits, Chad.
Very lucky to beat Ohio State. And you know what else, Mike? That was not a vintage Bama team by any stretch. You look at Saban's 18 years there.
No, but I'm not going to do that. Chad. Here's what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to take away their credibility for beating Alabama. I'm not going to play that game. Look, they're scumbags. They cheated. You don't need to take away, did they beat Bama on the square?
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Was it Bama's best team? I'm not getting into it.
No, they beat Penn State on the square. They beat Washington.
Here's
Whatever.
Stallions. Here it is before you hired Connor Stallions. All right? This is an ESPN graphic. 69-24. You scored 33 a game. You gave up about 18. You were beating teams by about 2 touchdowns. 69-24. After hiring Stallions as an assistant, as an off-field assistant, right? 21-1. Now you score 7 more points a game. Now you're averaging over 40. You're giving up 6 less a game, and you're beating teams by almost double, beating them by nearly 30 a game.
However,
what gave you an indication following their cowardice during COVID? What gave you an indication they were about to go 1,000,000,2?
None, but some of those, I think, statistics are, and it's not their, I'm not giving them a benefit of the doubt. As you have pointed out, and rightfully so, their schedule was horrific, and that led to some of that.
I can live with that. Okay. Season ticket Stoney. Yeah. Let's go to Gary. He's on a cell. He's up next. Gary, how are you today?
Okay, Mike. From one horse racing fan to another. All college teams. Urban Meyer said it himself on national TV. When Michigan State did miraculously.
Well, where's your phone?
Gary?
Gary, you still there?
Did we lose Gary?
Start all over. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah. No, college teams cheat. It's a fact.
All right, hold on. So hold on. So if you will allow me, can you give me one other example of a team having a guy in a Halloween costume on someone else's sideline? Just one. That's what I need. You say everybody does it. Let me Google it. Can I find another guy at Scares R Us wearing a costume?
Okay. What happened with Spartan Bob?
It was the guy made it. The guy was a homer, yes, but it was a split second. Are you going to say that's the same as knowing somebody's plays?
That's how come Michigan State won that game.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with cheating, scandalous, knowing what's going on. Gary. This is the problem, Gary. As a Michigan fan, you're obviously a Michigan fan. Don't come up with this stuff. It makes everybody else look bad. Most of us are not like this.
It doesn't make Michigan State look bad?
Oh, who cares?
From one game.
And you know what they did? Gary, and you know what they did? They removed Spartan Bob, and there was a rule that you had to have like a neutral guy operate the clock.
Just wanted to say, I mean, hey,
That's just unbelievable.
I can't believe I'm going to partake in the re-adjudicating a game from 23 years ago. But allow me
Jeff
this.
Smoker, come on in.
The Big Ten office said no violation was committed. I hate to break that to you.
Whatever.
Up next, your favorite Jeremy LeSueur memories.
Oh, my Lord.
Let's go to Nick on a cell. I can't believe that was real. Hi, Nick. How are you?
TJ Duckett, how are you?
How are you? First-time caller, long-time listener. So I'm actually I'm an incoming junior at Michigan.
Okay.
So obviously I have some bias as to, like, being a fan. But in this case, I mean, yeah, we cheated. So, and am I okay with it? Of course. I mean, you can't take away the wins from Bama and Washington, and even if this investigation goes through with the NCAA, ultimately the CFP is a separate entity anyway, so take everything else, just let me keep my natty.
I'm with you.
So you want to get it over now versus many Michigan fans. And the laugher is, I mean, Nick, a lot of Michigan fans don't realize what fighting this is. Go ahead. I dare you to sue. I dare you to go to court and we get to discovery. I dare you.
No, that's where it's beyond me because, I mean, just saying like our law program is pretty good. So there's a lot of Michigan or people that go to Michigan even for law school that, I mean, going to discovery or something like that, they should know. Jimmy's got to turn over his phone. It doesn't matter. He ran to L.A. Like it's worse to fight this, even though the NCAA has like a reputation for losing cases.
Yeah, and they're losers too. And Nick, here's the reality. And I know Michigan fans don't want to hear this, but if Harbaugh really cared about this school the way you think he did, he wouldn't have left it like this. And he wouldn't have done this whole thumb in his nose at the NCAA. All he's done is ratchet it up. So I'm with Nick in this regard. If Harbaugh was innocent, or even if he's not, if he didn't want to put the program in the crosshairs, cooperate.
Yeah,
be done with it.
And he wouldn't have taken half his staff with him.
Well, look, I mean, you had 7 coaches in total in violation.
I know.
You got the guy who's now running the program who sure looks like he's in violation, and he's a multi-time offender. I mean, what was it? 58 total games scouted. Mm-hmm. You got a lunatic with a budget. Hey, anyone going to ask Blake Corum about the LLC again? Oh, my lawyers are going to take care of it, are they now? Like, again, it's just all nonsense, and it takes away from the fact they were a really good football team regardless.
Yes.
But they are Barry Bonds. So why the hell should any sports fan who doesn't walk around in their Michigan pleather, why should any sports fan not treat them like Barry Bonds? Like an absolute cheat? Well, the answer is they shouldn't. I don't control what happens. No. I don't think nothing that's going to happen would satisfy me, except I got the only thing I wanted. I get to laugh because your title's a joke. It was one of the biggest cheating scandals you've ever seen. That's crazy. Crazy. What the NCAA does, I don't control. I don't even know what they can do. They're such boners.
I won't say the Natty's a joke because of who they beat after that stuff was discovered.
That's fine.
That's my take.
Mike, that is not even a battle I'm interested in fighting.
I know.
It's just the whole idea of 3 years of it, Mike. You got some of the players you got because of the success you had leading up to what you did. It's an all. By the way, I am still talking about the sign stealing scandal, not the recruiting violations. Like, it just is like it's all of it. This idea that 3 games unwinds 35. I'm sorry, it doesn't. Not for those of us that are not in the cult. David, is that fair? You're nodding your head. We okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, I love you too. You want to do a little football momentarily?
Sure.
Let's just touch the table, a little football. We got a lot to cover today. Michigan will be a big part of it. Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. And look, there's a reason. There's a reason because it's all in stock. It's right there in the warehouse. And whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, anything in between, Northville gets you the product. You save money while you're doing it. You buy it, you build it. They'll even intro you to a Trex Certified Pro. So enjoy deck season. And that extends all the way realistically into mid-November. Who are we kidding? Go to Northville Lumber. Call today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, quick timeout. 8 minutes of NFL, and then we'll get back to business. David, music.
So training camp is going on, as you all know. So we're going to go through the first 2 weeks here of some camp overreactions. Is it reality or is it an overreaction?
They're all overreactions.
Well, I don't know. This one may not be. Let's start with the Los Angeles Chargers here. The news is Herbert will be sidelined for multiple weeks with a right foot injury, along with a new offensive coordinator. Will the Chargers get off to a slow start? Let me give you what they have in the first quarter of the season. Raiders, Panthers, Steelers, Chiefs.
But if they do get off to a slow start, it's not because their quarterback didn't practice or play. Jared Goff's not going to take a snap this preseason. Stoney, you tell me. I just view it like...
No, the question is whether he's going to be physically able to play in week one.
I think he will. I do.
Yeah.
And I think this is being careful with a guy who makes $1 zillion. Look, if the Chargers aren't good, I don't think it's because of this. It's because Jim's going to need a year to get his people in, new schemes. He has a very distinct way he runs things. I'm going to say overreaction, David.
Next one on the list. Let's stay out there on the West Coast. Let's go over to the 49ers here because there seems to be an interception problem with Brock Purdy in training camp. Is it real or not? Remember, he is missing Brandon Ayuk. He is missing his left tackle, Trent Williams.
Stoney?
I think it's overreaction. It's freaking practice. I mean, come on, really? I mean, except for, I don't know if Dave is going to get to one that hits home here, but yeah, I got no problem with throwing a few picks.
Here's what I'd say. It's an overreaction because Kyle Shanahan is the best play caller in the sport, and he will spoon feed this rat easy throws all year long, and then I'll have to listen to Rico about how he's good, only until when they really need him in a playoff game and he doesn't deliver. Overreaction.
Next one on the list here. It deals with my team. Now, Russell Wilson was sidelined for about a week.
Didn't Justin Fields spike the football on Russ's head and call him a bitch or something? Did I read that right?
He was missing time because of a calf injury. Because of that, Justin Fields was able to build chemistry with George Pickens and the other players here. Justin Fields is going to beat out Russell Wilson for the Steelers QB job. Reality, overreaction?
Stoney?
I think it's an overreaction at the beginning of the season. But if Russell Wilson does not start playing well, I wouldn't stun me if by even week 3, Justin Fields is their starting quarterback.
I'm with Stoney on this. I think what Fields needs is a reset. And it really is about, look, you're exciting, but you don't play winning football. I think they're going to give Russ the start because he's the higher floor, because at least you know what you're getting outside of him being a weirdo. But I'm with Mike on this. I don't think Wilson ends up being the guy. Do you? He has no physical. He has no physical tools left.
I know.
He's just a tool.
They're starting him this season. They are starting him this season.
Yes, but I'm saying by mid-season, don't you believe Fields is the guy?
Yes, he better be. Otherwise, whatever. They're not going to get rid of Tom. Mr. Dangerous is right. So let me give you background here before I give you the next one here. So Patrick Mahomes in his career has not been sacked more than 28 times in a season.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the overreaction or not. He has a rookie and a second-year player fighting for left tackle.
Yeah, the kid from BYU. He was a 5-star bust.
Yes.
They took him as a project.
Will this be the year that Patrick Mahomes gets sacked 30 or more times?
No, because to me, this is way before my time, but if you watch a highlight or your dad's a Giants fan, he reminds you of Fran Tarkenton. He's got an escapability. He just, like they used to say, he's slippery. Like this dude, you just can't sack him. Every play for Mahomes is Eli in the Super Bowl. You can't sack him.
No. And you know what? I mean, it's a different thing, but the fact that the NFL players did not vote him as the number 1 player in the league is just unbelievable.
It's jealous. I think it's jealousy, to be honest with you. Look how he's changed his game. Yeah. He started out as a bomber. Now he'll check it down. He's surgical about it. I've never seen anything like
And he's not even the number one quarterback.
which I disagree with,
I know.
but okay.
Yes.
David?
Next one, we go to New England here. Matthew Judon was seen last week kind of going at it with his head coach. He was there. He was supposed to support his team, even though he's in a contract dispute. Overreaction or not, he will get traded before the season.
Not an overreaction.
No, it's not.
They're going nowhere. They have to deal him. I think their bigger problem is Joe Milton's outplaying Drake May.
That's amazing.
If Joe Milton's outplaying your janitor, you have a real quarterback issue. No, I think he's going to get traded. He has to. That's a powder keg situation.
And we'd love him here.
Come on home.
Yes.
Next one on the list. This one is a local one. Jamison Williams, we've all heard what he's done in training camp. He's looked good in training camp. Now they're going against the Giants in training camp. We'll see what he looks there. But overreaction or not, Jamison Williams will be the breakout wide receiver in the NFL.
Not an overreaction.
No.
All stock I could buy in JMO, I'll buy. Why? Healthy, no drama, no TikTok live at 4 a.m., where he shouldn't be. All business.
Yeah, you want an overreaction on Lions wide receiver crew? DPJ might not make this team.
You just hate to see it. It's been a tough adjustment from an 84-yard field at Caz Tech to 100 yards in the pros.
What are you talking about here? Let's close it out with this one here.
Do the math.
Go to the NFC East. No CeeDee Lamb. Micah Parsons has issues. Dak Prescott is there, but he has issues.
Yeah.
Overreaction or not, Dallas finishes with a losing record this year.
I think that losing records an overreaction, but I wouldn't stun me if they don't make the playoffs.
See, I think, oh, God, my bias comes through. I just think McCarthy was a joke of a hire. He should have been fired after last year anyways. All these guys want a contract, and here's one thing, and I can't quantify it. Mike, something's up with Micah Parsons. There's a lot coming out of Dallas. He's a lot of talk. He's a lot to handle. I'm going to go with David on this. I wonder if it all spirals.
God, how beautiful that would be.
You just hate to see it. You really
It's
do.
a great day in America whenever
Breaks
the
your
Cowboys
heart.
lose.
Breaks your heart.
Coming from an Eagle fan and a Giants fan,
Breaks
but
your
everyone hates
heart.
Dallas, so you
That's
really
right, exactly.
would hate to see that.
Shout out
say
Jerry
kumbaya.
Jones paternity suits.
That is in football today.
All right, best place to bet the games this summer. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. You've heard Kenny betting on Olympic soccer. I don't know why, but if that's your thing, so be it. New customers, $150 in bonus bets. Your first $5 bet wins. You can bet on all your favorite international teams and events. You know the drill. From basketball to badminton. Whatever you do, please don't be a ding-dong. It's the Olympics. Do not do it in serious manner. Just go to FanDuel.com/ticket, sign up, start betting. Make every moment more with FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by CNL Ward. Hendon Hooker is expected to see a lot of reps in the upcoming preseason games. Beat writer Nolan Bianchi provides the latest on how he's looked in camp. Terrion Arnold left joint practice with the Giants today and is being evaluated with a brain injury, while offensive lineman Kevin Zeitler is now being looked at for a shoulder. In other NFL injury news, Rams wideout Puka Nacua is week to week following a knee injury. The Lions are set to take on LA in week 1 of the regular season. USA gymnast Simone Biles secured a silver medal in Florida today, marking an end to her Paris Olympics. Quote, "I can't be more proud of how I've done. I'm 27 years old, walking away from these games with 4 medals to add to my collection. Not mad about it," end quote. The Tigers have the night off. They're back at it tomorrow versus Seattle. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. The Godfather is with us. He's also got his sodium now. He's eating his sub sandwich. He's very ready to roll.
Ready to go.
So let's get the conversation kind of centered. Obviously, the news this weekend, the draft of the notice of allegations to Michigan. Okay, so yes, there's new stuff in there. I mean, Sharon Moore deleting 52 texts with Connor Stallions the day the report came out. Yeah, sorry, problematic. The fact that they finally confirmed what we all knew, Connor Stallions was on CMU's sideline when they played State, which, by the way, F CMU, and I hope State never plays them again, and I hope they have to go Division II. They're a disgrace. That whole athletic department, that clown-ass Coach McElwain, the whole thing, that school ought to burn to the ground. But that's not what we're focused on. It's the whole idea that this draft, which is subject to change, it says the driving force behind this is Michigan's continual refusal to cooperate.
Right.
And that is why this gets dragged out and worse and worse. So look, we started the show very simply, Mike. If you're in the Michigan cult and you believe they did nothing wrong, I'm not here to convince you otherwise. I can't talk to you.
I would love to talk to you.
Okay.
As a Michigan fan.
You can call Season Ticket Stoney, and I'll sit here. My point is, you don't get to get mad at the rest of the world who's laughing their balls off. Because again, you who pretend to be all high and mighty are actually, on an ethics standard, you're crack dealers. You're just scumbags. And that's great for me, because that was my whole point all fall. Okay, you can go win your title. No one's going to respect it. You get your T-shirt. I get to laugh. We win. But I want to get to what should happen. Look, we live in a world that's not fair. It's not just. It's not about what will happen, because anything short of taking the title away wouldn't suffice for what I think most college football fans, not Michigan ones, would agree is the greatest cheating scandal in modern college football. You would have to go back to SMU having a payroll 40 years ago. And even then, it wouldn't have violated what went on between the lines. You were simply handing kids Cadillacs and cash. I've never seen anything like this. So I don't want to know, what will happen? What will happen it will probably be a joke. And I've resigned to that. I've never acted like, Michigan football's not going to play no more. What should happen? That's what I want to know. If you're in the Michigan side of it, you'll probably have a very different answer from people who are not.
Correct.
But I'll throw the number out. I want to hear from Stoney what should happen in a world that is fair and just.
Okay.
248-539-9797. Mr. Michelstone.
First of all, this is very symbolic, but nothing more than that. Jim Harbaugh should not be able to walk in that stadium or in that Schembechler Hall ever again.
Oh, I like that.
That's number one. That's symbolic.
Just like the Bo statue. Very symbolic.
Well, I was for them taking that down too, but you see what season tickets Stoney has.
Nice athletic department you got there.
Anyway, what I think should happen is I think Sharon Moore should get suspended for 5-6 games, whatever.
Wow. David, you taking notes on this? Wolverines are going to be eating their own over here. Go ahead.
And the Big Ten title from 2022 should be vacated because that's where I think everything happened, was 2022. I think last year the schedule was so weak it doesn't make a difference, and then they got caught, and then they went on the up and up. So I don't think 2023 should be touched.
Okay, so yours is Moore misses half the year. Harbaugh essentially is trestled, and you stripped him of a Big Ten title. What about the wins during that year? Forfeits? Hey, nothing bothers Michigan fans like their stupid little all-time wins thing.
Take that or leave it. I don't care.
No, I'm just saying they're the same school that counts wins against the Windsor Surgeons Club.
Well,
bunch of doctors didn't know how to play.
So does Notre Dame. So does Ohio State. They all do. But yes.
Nothing bugs those fans more. They love that little stuff. David, what should happen to Michigan?
I would actually add on. I love everything that you said, Stoney. I would add on vacate the wins from 22.
Okay.
What about 23?
I would not do anything with 23. Because
what about 21?
No. Just 22, really, I think I was where everything was really rampant, I believe, with Michigan scandal. So, yes, I would take away the wins from 22.
Even though in the year 2023, we had a guy in a Halloween costume on another team's sideline.
Oh.
And he was buying tickets during the year, including the Ohio State-Penn State game.
I hear you. He bought them, but he never was able to use them because everything started coming out.
Correct.
Are you sure some of his little friends didn't use them?
I don't know anything about that. The investigation is, I don't know.
No, but that information was not used because the other teams.
They were already caught.
Although with James Franklin, he might not have changed the sides.
Honestly, you definitely didn't need to cheat to beat James Franklin.
Right, I know.
Just run it again.
So, yes, I would add the vacated wins from 22, and I would actually suspend more for the entire season. Okay. Not just 6 games.
But let me stop you. Now, again, we're all in a good mood. I'm not going to yell. I'm back from vacation. David, if you have to suspend the coach for a whole season, just fire the guy. What are we talking about? That's like suspending a teacher for the year. Just get a new teacher.
Here's the reason why I say that.
What are we doing?
Here's the reason why I say that. It's because it's really Jim Harbaugh that deserves the penalty.
Right.
I understand Sharon Moore and what he did in the deleting of text messages.
Yeah, but he benefited.
He Pete Carrolled this man.
Hold on. So Pablo Escobar gets the blame, but his associates don't? They're all a cartel.
He gets blamed, but not
Sharon Moore's in the cartel.
Right.
Not the real one. I'm talking about a Wolverine one.
So in my fake world, he gets half a season, and David's, he gets a full season.
And I'm saying if you suspend a guy a full season, get a new guy.
I could see a point for that.
I understand that as well.
And again, I live under no illusion that's happening.
No.
That is, to me, look, it's a separate topic, and I know it probably won't take off today, but it is why I find this sport to be impossible to care about anymore. Look at what we're talking about. We have no governing body for NIL. We have no governing body for the portal. We had the biggest cheating scandal in the history of the sport, to where a coach was sitting in a hotel room 7 miles from the stadium, amicus briefs. You had the Big Ten have to step in. And look, my blame in all of this really isn't the NCAA. It's really Tony Petitti. Now, Michigan fans will tell you he's Satan. I'll tell you he's a spineless jellyfish. All Petitti had to do to put a stop to this once and for all and forever and make him pay the ultimate penalty, you're not eligible for the Big Ten title game. But Petitti didn't have the spine for it. See, that's where I don't blame the NCAA, because the NCAA is useless. Tony Petitti could have put a stop to it. The committee could have. But see, this is the difference. The committee is run by the networks. I love today, because I've heard it on the air on the other shows. Oh, well, Charlie Baker said, first of all, Charlie Baker is a meat puppet. He's Roger Goodell. He's going to get up there. And he's going to take bullets for everybody. And he's going to make money. Charlie Baker could not have his playoff viewed as being complete a farce. Of course he got up there and said they did it on the square. He had to. If he got up there and went, yeah, they're cheating scumbags, but we're happy to have them. That is not what you're going to do. So that, look, the CFP could have easily fixed it too, but who are we kidding? They're not in this for anything other than viewership, and Lord, God bless you, Wolverines. You got a lot of eyeballs. But I blame those two before I blame the NCAA. All the committee had to do is, we're not ranking them. What recourse would you have? None. We're not ranking you. Okay. Hey, you're fifth again. But fifth again.
Okay.
Fifth again.
He used to work here. But isn't the
Hi, Dennis.
Yeah. If the Big Ten would have done what you suggest, but not the CFP, they still could have gone to the playoff even without playing the Big Ten
but the
championship
Big Ten would have at least had credibility to its member institutions.
Right.
The fact that they went to Michigan State and offered them the ability not to play the game, hey, the other team has your calls, that kind of tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
So in this whole world of this, I don't have any great hope for the NCAA. I love the fact that the NCAA is holding them to the best fire they can muster. It might be a Bunsen burner, but Michigan just is their own worst enemy. They refuse to just play ball.
Well, that's been, as a fan, it's been their biggest problem for decades.
Well, no, because they have useful idiots in the media. Let's face it. They have a host of useful idiots. David? Not that you're one of them. I meant read the ticket text. That's different.
I'm going to read this ticket text because he's right, and he's calling Stoney and I out. He's right. I'll admit it. Kyle says, U of M fans won't vacate anything from 23 because that would take away the natty. They can't let that go. They think they didn't really cheat last year. Outside of really cheat last year, that is one of the reasons why I'm saying
we agree.
Don't vacate the wins in 23.
Right.
Because that doesn't allow you to go to the college football playoff.
And that's why I think that's hinky. You can't just selectively, if the cheating happened in the course of the season, you give them back those wins. They're all losses. Not vacated. They're forfeits. Big difference. Why? No school's more obsessed with things no one else cares about like U of M. We are the all-time, nobody cares. You were playing football against children. You were teaching doctors how to play and keeping score without them knowing. No one cares. Sorry, Mike. It's a sticking point. I can't stop.
I know.
Do you know they're 4-0 against the Michigan School for the Deaf?
I understand.
You played kids who can't hear.
Well,
that doesn't count. They can't hear.
Hey, my deaf dog Sammy was a fan.
Sammy wouldn't get the audible. He can't hear. They're 4-0 against the Michigan School for the Deaf.
But I'm sure there are other schools that have similar.
But no one touts it the way that you do.
They just count how many wins they have. They don't care who it's
insane.
against.
They can't hear. Come on. I'm just saying.
That reminds me of
Red 7. They can't hear.
It reminds me of one of the stupidest things I ever thought of doing. Thankfully, we didn't do it. When I went to college, we didn't have a regular football team at American.
I've heard that.
We had a club football team.
Okay.
And we played Gallaudet, which is the famous deaf college in Washington, D.C. Me and my roommate investigated trying to get a bass drum, and so because their snap count was on fire.
You can't. No, Michael.
Come on, man.
We didn't do it.
Mike, please tell me you didn't do it, and that
we didn't do it.
Are you sure you did do it, but only today you're regretful?
That's
terrible.
No, I know.
That's as bad as playing a bunch of deaf kids and you keep score without them knowing, like Michigan did. David?
So glad you didn't do this.
Oh, my
God. Horrible.
I know.
Oh, my God. What kind of person were you? That's terrible.
I was a bad person. A sick sense of humor.
Was that on one of your Coke binges, too?
No.
Stoney all coked up trying to come up with capers to beat Gallaudet on homecoming?
What if we...
Jesus, Mike. Go ahead.
Jeff on the roof says, I say vacate every win during the time Stallions was on payroll. Done. And I'm a Michigan fan.
Okay.
Should happen. Absolute full transparency and admission of guilt. Asterisk formally attached to the NIL cap for the university.
See, this is the thing, too, and I will say this. Scholarships play no role anymore. So if you call up with a scholarship penalty, it doesn't matter. You're just going to buy the kid, and he's a walk-on who makes $100,000 a month. 248 539 9797. We'll get more of your phone calls, get some ticket texts as well. 97.1. All right, Doug, thank you for that. Let's get to the people. We're asking the question. The draft of the notice of allegations is out. I mean, it basically confirms everything I was saying all fall. And it's like, all right, I don't live with delusion. I don't believe the NCAA is going to go nearly as far as I would want them to. So I'm not upset about it because there are things in this world that are much more upsetting. Like, oh, I don't know, Paul Pelosi's stock portfolio. Like, that's upsetting. There's a difference. This is
it's
just
not worth much today.
Oh, bull. I guarantee he shorted the market today. I guarantee it. It's just a coincidence. So my point is,
yes,
what should happen and what will happen are two different things. The should is Sharon Moore shouldn't lead this program. That if you value the credibility of your school and you do value the alleged leader's and best mentality, how could a guy who's a known associate of Connor Stallions and a known part of this, how could you, and don't give me this, well, how do you prove? It's not a court of law. Common sense prevails. If it looks like a duck and walks like a duck, it is in fact a duck. Sharon Moore benefited by the cheating, period. He shouldn't be there. That's the what should happen. The other things that should happen, I've left to season ticket Stoney and to David. Look, for me, I got what I wanted. No one I know that isn't a Michigan fan has any respect for your title. And you don't need to care about that. I'm not asking you to.
No.
You can live in your world, I'll live in mine. That's where we've arrived at, by the way. It's politics. College football is politics.
Absolutely.
I can say with a straight face, Michigan was a good enough football team. They never needed to do this nonsense. But so was Barry Bonds. And you both cheated. It is what it is. I'd love to see wins forfeited, not vacated. No, I don't believe you deserve to play in the Big Ten title game last year. But I never had an illusion they'd take you out of it. Why? Rico's friends at the network. This is why, for me, it's a totally different thing. I can't love this sport anymore. The sport itself is so irreparably broken. It is bereft of any integrity. Not that college football ever had a whole lot of it. But there was at least a backstop, Mike. There was, hey, we made dead cat bounce, but at least we're not going all the way to the bottom of the river. It's a total laugh factory. So for me, whatever. I just feel like everyone knows what you did. What will the NCAA do? I don't know. I mean, look, they hit Kentucky pretty good for things way less than this. Do you view that as a salvo? Do you view the NCAA as saying, look, you might laugh in our face. We don't care. We just got them, and you did way more. And if Michigan chooses to fight, here's the problem. A, you're never going to go legal because then you go to discovery and you're dead. You're dead.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why Harbaugh didn't want to turn his phone over. So if you fight it, it also becomes more idiots like us talking about it, more articles, more slander, more nonsense. So we're asking, if you could end the entire thing right now, what would you do? What should happen here?
And if you're a Michigan fan, what do you want to happen?
Well, they just want to believe.
I understand. But
they believe in the tooth fairy.
You understand that something's going to happen.
Yeah.
Realistically, what do you think should happen? In other words, take off your maize and blue glasses. I have, okay? And if this was Scarlet and Greytown, what you would want to happen to them?
They'd want Ryan Day fired, show causes across the board, staff cleaned out. They'd want no TV revenue. They'd want a bowl ban. That's not hyperbole.
No.
That's not me being provocative.
No, I know.
That's exactly what they would want if this was OSU. Now, if it's MSU, might be a little less because we're essentially a homeless person without pants. You can't be mean to that person. They don't have pants. They have nowhere to sleep. We're terrible.
But you have Johnny Spirit. Come on.
I hate his guts.
My favorite Johnny Spirit is him at the Sun Bowl when they showed him like.
Wait, when we lost to Chad Hutchinson 38-0?
They showed a shot, like a cutaway shot of him on a bicycling up in like the mountains of El Paso.
And we were down 38-0 to Stanford.
I don't remember exactly.
That was the Chad. David, pull it up. That was like the 96 Sun Bowl.
Yeah,
pull that
like
up.
that.
That ruined Christmas back in New York. I think it was Chad Hutchinson who ended up going to the Cowboys. Nick Saban took us down there, and we were down like 30-0 in a heartbeat.
Sorry, yeah, the final was 38-0. So
Disappointing Christmas for the win.
Tyrone Willingham, the head coach of Stanford.
When you cared about Michigan State.
I did. I really did care. And, look, and some of this is, most of it's lost. Look, I know that bowls never, quote, meant a lot, but it was cool that there was a bowl pecking order. And that if you were better, you got to go to a better game and play a better team and go to most likely a better location.
And chances are it would help recruiting when that was a thing.
Right. Versus handing out bags of whatever. Look, the whole thing's a folly. But I want to hear from the people on it. What do you think should happen to Michigan? Or do you still want to let it play out? David wants this thing done. I know for me as a radio host, it's bittersweet. It's radio gold anytime this crap comes out because it's so ridiculous that, like, it's a gift. Mm-hmm. But am I tired of it? Of course I'm tired of it because I know they're never going to get their true comeuppance. Never. It's not going to happen. They're too important to the networks. I could say that with a straight face. I don't endorse it. Right. I don't agree with it. But I do live in reality. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls next. And another embarrassing Stoney story from college. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Tempers flared multiple times, and the Lions and Giants joined practice today. New York Pro Bowler linebacker Brian Burns was asked if he was surprised by the intensity. No one was hurt in those particular disagreements, but the Lions did have concern for Terrion Arnold, who's being evaluated for a brain injury after taking a block from tackle Andrew Thomas. Offensive lineman Kevin Zeitler also being tended to for a potential shoulder injury. Michigan State also put the pads on for the first time today in their 7th day of practice. Baseball America released their latest list of top prospects following the trade deadline. Jackson Jobe is up to number 5 overall. Quote, when Jobe has been healthy, he's offered plenty of evidence to support his case as one of the best pitching prospects in the minor leagues, end quote. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll knock out a few phone calls. We'll get to a football today. We do have a note on the Tigers. There was an interesting occurrence at Jim Leyland night. A rather surprising omission. We'll talk about it. Let's go to True 97.1. True, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, man?
How are you?
Let me say this. I'm good. Yo, all y'all sound like a bunch of Care Bears, man. And Beliti, you sound like the biggest crybaby.
Okay, then.
I'm going to ask you a simple question.
Sure.
You talk about SMU. Now, would you rather have the ability to advance, scout a team in person, or would you rather have Cam Newton?
Would I rather have the ability to advance scout a team in person or have Cam Newton? How is that the same thing, just so we're clear?
No. How's that the same thing?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand your question.
I'm talking about,
like, you can be mad at me all you want. I'm trying to answer it and be nice about it.
Let me finish talking.
I am. We're here.
I'm talking about paying players, right?
Okay.
I'm talking about paying players. You said SMU, they had a payroll. You call this advanced scouting the biggest scandal in college football history.
Since then, it is.
He said it's the biggest cheating scandal.
Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. So you
why are you so mad? Seriously.
Oh, let me finish talking. So you need to tell me what the SEC been doing for the last 20 years, paying players. I mean, we all know they get bags. We all know that, but we want to act like we don't. Okay, whatever.
No, I agree they get bags. But I also am under no illusion that Rashawn Gary was here for free. Are you?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that. But
he allegedly turned down $300,000 because he really wanted to be an engineer quite badly here. I just choose not to believe that.
I don't know, but what I'm saying is this is nowhere near as awful as you try to make it out to be.
Well, True. Let me ask you a question. True. Let me ask you a question. Okay, now I'm a Michigan fan. What is worse, paying players when you couldn't pay players, or knowing the other team's plays that help you win games? In other words, one is cheating. Hold on. One is cheating off the field. One is cheating on the field.
But okay, you're cheating off the field to have on the field results. What are we talking about here?
Okay, so they're pretty equal then in your mind, then, right?
No. I believe having a player is greater than having someone signed. You kidding me? Give me a Cam Newton before I can have. I'll take a Cam Newton all day. I'll take a Reggie Bush all day before I take someone.
That's
signed.
Fine. True. Listen, the difference is I'm not trying to convince you otherwise. You can call me whatever names you want. I get paid either way. True, just tell me what the hell you want to happen. Tell me what should happen. And it's fine if you don't think it's much. Just tell me what should happen.
Look. Harbaugh served a 3-game suspension already last year, okay?
2 of them.
We don't even know all the facts to this case. Everything is not out. But right now, based on this draft that's not even a final draft yet, I mean, anything more than a fine and a suspension, Sharon Moore, I mean, I think Michigan should fight it.
Okay. I don't see how you come up with that, but that's okay. Like I said, True, I'm a Michigan fan.
Yeah,
I just look and you see the guy on the sidelines, and it's funny that he had a disguise like Bobby Valentine.
That was my whole point. And again, I'm not gonna. If you believe they didn't do nothing wrong, I'm not gonna change your mind.
Right.
True's in a different universe than me.
Right.
The whole point would be if this took place at Ohio State and you had somebody on your sideline, you just wouldn't have the same response. So no, you call me whatever your name's wrong. I don't care. But I'm not interested in it, True. I said it's the biggest college football scandal since what SMU did.
Correct.
And frankly, I don't get offended by people paying players because I do think that's going on for decades. And no, I don't think you're clean. No, I don't think my school's clean. The difference is that's a victimless crime. This is different. Now, the whole would you rather have the player or the plays? It's kind of a trick question because you need them both for it to truly work. You had good players. Now, again, you want to play this game? What did J.J. McCarthy look like once Stallions wasn't there? You can make an absolute correlate. You can see the numbers go down to the point where he couldn't throw the football.
Except when he had to.
On a deflection.
No,
to
Alabama game.
You come on.
No, not against Alabama. Maybe against Washington.
That deflection.
That was one, but there was another where he threw the ball pretty damn good.
Oh, that one throw.
No,
you're right.
He's pretty good.
You're right. All right, we will get
that made him a top 10 pick, man.
Well,
yeah, who can't beat out Sam Darnold because he doesn't know the plays.
Well, nobody thought he was going to start his first year anyway.
Could someone tell me what the hell's going on out here? Where are the dance moves? I don't know what they're running.
I disagree with that, but that's okay.
I know, Mike. The difference is True's all pissed.
Right.
I can have fun with this now. In the fall, no, I was angry.
I know.
Because it was so in your face. It was so ridiculous. And it was people I work with who were openly denying reality. That I can't do. But in the post haste, it's like, I got what I wanted out of this. You cheated. End. Stop.
Right. Even True didn't say they didn't cheat. He was just trying to basically put up a Venn diagram to figure out which cheating was worse.
Right, and the whole deal is, no, I don't think it's being a crybaby when you enjoy your rival burn. That's called sports. Like, I'm sorry, do you not enjoy watching Ohio State suffer if you're a Michigan fan?
Oh, yes.
Do you not enjoy Mel Tucker hotel jokes? You're welcome to. I'm not upset about it.
Let me tell you, the same weekend when Ohio State and Dallas loses, it's the greatest weekend God ever created.
It sure is. It sure is.
It's amazing. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen enough.
All right.
Buckeye bastards.
All right, good. David, a few ticket texts, if you'd be so kind.
Fighting it will lead to discovery. You're right, Mike, and it'll discover that it was counter. That's a correction. Stallions, and he had no part in the Michigan program.
Okay, but we've already established
what are
you're
you
wrong.
talking
Stop.
about?
You don't need to yell. He was stealing hard drives that at least 5 staffers were accessing. Stop. You don't get to say that anymore. The lone wolf thing.
Well, let's be fair. He didn't steal hard drives. He created the hard drives.
And took them. The whole point I'm making is that is the laziest way to approach this.
Yes.
You can want that to be true. It's not. If Connor Stallions, if no one knew who this cat was and he had no value, would your coaches be removing their headsets to talk to him in game?
There's video of this. Normal network video.
Come on now. Just please, we got to leave that at the train station.
Real Michigan fans would never agree to vacating anything. I wouldn't listen to anything David and Stoney has to say on that.
Okay.
That's fine.
That's fine.
I don't know how that doesn't make you a real fan.
That's okay.
Coach Moore's guilty. Why delete the text? Suspend him or fire him.
That's the whole point in this, is that the more you fight it, the more it drags on. If you just want to get it over with, well, here's the other thing, and I know we're up against it. How the hell does Ward Manuel have a job?
Come on, he's athletic director of the year.
Stop with the jokes. I'm being serious. Your basketball program's in tatters. The Mel Pearson scandal. This scandal. The recruiting scandal. How about the rent-a-car with Jeff Jackson? Like, How many do you get before you go?
They make a lot of money.
They could have a Muppet Baby run that
I'm
department. They'll make money. My God, all of Downriver's buying hats. 248-539.
I can have the guy who does the skippity toilet thing that my kids are into. It's unbelievable.
What?
I'll show you. Ask people what skibbity toilet is. Okay. I found that out this weekend.
Okay. Probably don't want to do that. Best place to bet the games this summer, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets. If your first $5 bet wins, you can bet on all your favorite teams and your favorite sports. Just don't be a ding-a-ling. It is the Olympics. You can't bet that seriously. FanDuel.com/ticket. Sign up. Start the games today. Make every moment more. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
248-539-9797. Still a little football today later in the program. We're doing it right now? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for college football today.
So I love this here because we are in a new era for college football here where the 12-team playoff begins this season. So what we're going to do here is ESPN put together a list of tiers of teams regarding disappointments from last era of the college football playoff, just different things here.
Okay.
So we're going to go to the tier of the could have done more, which is these are the no-shows, okay?
Wait a minute. What do you mean no-shows?
For what? For what era?
These are from the last era of college football before the 12-team playoff.
All right, so I'll tell you. All right, can I offer something?
Sure.
I'll tell you a team who underachieved. Ohio State.
That is actually on here. They are on the tier of should have done more.
Absolutely should have.
Yes.
They get the best talent. They play in an ass conference, and they just didn't do enough.
Same thing with Oklahoma.
Oklahoma's not on this list here of should have done more. But they probably should have definitely done more here.
Okay, now I'll let you get to doing your business. I had to say OSU.
Yeah.
So let's go through the on notice tier.
Okay.
Tennessee.
Oh, yes. I mean,
they're a program that absolutely needs to do more, and they are on notice.
I have no argument for it. I mean,
they're in a tough spot.
Yeah,
but now they're recruiting really, really well.
Right, cry me a river. At a certain point, you got to step up. You've been in the S. Now, I know there's no divisions anymore. They were in the East for a long time before Georgia turned into Leviathan.
Exactly.
And they did Stugotz. You got to go all the way back to Philip Fulmer. I'm with you. They are a titanic underachiever. They cheat a ton, so Michigan fans ought to love them. Yeah, I'll agree with you.
And they fight over attendance with people, too.
Oh, please, with the attendance stuff.
They're actually getting rid of a lot of seats as well. Them and Florida State
they can't
this year.
sell them.
Yeah. The second team on this list of on notice, if you notice, there will be a theme here. It will be Auburn. So both Auburn and Tennessee won national titles before, but they have not done anything since.
Asterisks. You're right. And Auburn is a program. Look, Alabama's right down the street. All of Alabama's the sticks, but Auburn really is the sticks.
Right, and Auburn's in between Tuscaloosa and Athens,
correct.
too. So
it's a really tough gig.
But they got the guy who could do it.
I think they do. From a hospital bed, no less.
Yeah, I know.
Hugh Freeze. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Hugh Freeze, press box, hospital bed, calling place. It really happened. Go ahead, David.
So there's one other team. We talked about Ohio State of should have done more.
Yes.
Did you guess the program that also should have done more?
Yeah, I'll give you one. What about LSU?
They are not the team.
Okay.
How about my father's alma mater, the Pennsylvania State University?
We will get to them. They are not on this tier.
Brother, you got to get there to do more.
Well, that's a hint of what we'll get to.
Okay.
It is Florida State.
Really?
Yes, they should have done more. Of course, we know they won the conference's 2013 national title, but then they lost their coach, and they haven't done anything.
Yeah,
since.
and look, I understood why they didn't make it last year, right? If they make it last year and Travis is healthy, do they end up getting this done? We'll never know. But other than that, I don't have a leg to stand on. They were downright bad for several years. So, yes, David, that I agree with that. The only reason I said LSU, even though they got it done, it should be more. You do not have to leave a 2-hour radius of your home state to recruit a starting 22 that will all be drafted. LSU should be in the playoff every single year. LSU should be doing what Alabama has done.
We'll find out if Brian Kelly is actually worth it.
My family.
So I'll go through this tier real fast because it's real simple. It's the financially challenged tier. So you have Colorado, Georgia Tech, and California. Basically, they're never going to do anything because they're financially challenged.
Wait, hold on. No. First of all, California doesn't care about sports.
Right.
Cal Berkeley has people protesting like greenhouse effect in pine trees.
Right.
So forget them. Georgia Tech is a nerd factory. You actually have to be smart to go there, not like Michigan where you just need a 2.0. Third, Colorado's not going to go anywhere for two reasons. A, don't prioritize sports, poverty school, and Dion might run this thing into the ground.
Yes.
There's a lot going on if you haven't been paying attention.
Lawyers, guns, and money.
Sounds like Paul's school, Miami.
And then they have
Where's Uncle Luke?
They have a basketball or bust here, basically saying all you do is basketball.
Oh, great. Here comes the state slam.
UCLA, North Carolina, Maryland, Arizona, and Indiana. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Football is just nothing.
I gotta be honest with you. I kind of want to put North Carolina on that list.
No, he had
North Carolina is on that list.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
You know, I just, they should be better, and they're not. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And frankly, if Florida doesn't get, Florida's going to be bad again this fall because their schedule's brutal. They're going to fire another coach. I'd fire Billy Napier for the haircut alone. Florida might be close to getting there.
Well, let's get to them here because you talked about Penn State. They're in the same, Penn State and Florida are in the same tier. This is the final tier. These are the CFP no-shows. People in programs that have never made the playoff. Penn State is in there. Florida's in there. USC is in there.
Texas in there?
Miami is in there.
Oh,
Texas
just made
A&M.
it. Oh, Texas just made it.
Yes, so Texas just made it, so they're not there. So there are your teams that have never made it that are CFP no-shows. You agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. And look, it's part of the reason I love the 4-team playoff because you need to be great to get in. You need to be flawless. Now, there's no standards. I mean, this is like a dress code. There's no standards anymore. Forget about jacket required. It's just, do you have pants on? You know, are your balls hanging out? Like, that's what the new playoff is. You're going to be able to lose 3 games and still get in.
Absolutely.
And I don't like that.
It's going to be worse, too. It's going to go up to 14, you know.
Oh, even better. Make it 16. How about 32? If you just go 6-6, you get a participation
That's the one
award.
thing you and Wojo really agree about. He only wanted to play. He didn't even want the playoff to begin.
I just like that college football demanded not goodness, they demanded greatness.
And it was different than every other freaking sport.
Yes, and the last month of the season was your playoff. What about the Matt Davison kickball at Mizzou?
That's right.
It mattered.
Absolutely.
Now it's farcical. You're going to have people sitting out conference title games. Mark my words.
Well, that was the old era of the college football playoff. The new era, now everyone will get in the college football
Right.
playoff.
Like, even if your kid is stupid, they don't keep him behind.
Move him along.
Move him along. Participation award.
Well, then Penn State will get their participation award probably this season. That is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by CNL Ward. NFL.com released their list of one player from each NFL team that is most likely to be tabbed a Hall of Famer. The Lions selection is Aiden Hutchinson. It was a tough call, quote, between Hutchinson and Amon-Ra St. Brown. One of the reasons why Hutchinson was picked was the level of difficulty receivers have as far as receiving Hall of Fame induction. Hutchinson is also deserving of this pick as he quickly became one of the league's top young pass rushers, end quote. Tom Izzo is excited for the group that MSU basketball has put together. Audio via WILX. After ninth inning comeback spoiled a series finale victory for the Tigers yesterday, they have the day off today before beginning a 3-game set with Seattle tomorrow. You can hear all those games right here on 97.1 The Ticket, with the exception of Thursday's game because the Lions will be right here. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, 4 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Mike Stone in with us. Rico returns tomorrow. We've talked a lot about the draft of the allegations, the infractions on Michigan. And look, outside of one caller being very upset, I think it's been pretty easy today because I have no illusions that the NCAA is going to do what should happen. And I've gotten what I've wanted out of it, which is, look, in the allegations. Yes, they finally admit Connor Stallions was on her sideline. Yeah, Sharon Moore deleted texts, 52 of them with Connor Stallions, the day the report came out. Huh? Not what innocent people do. If I got to hear another person go, well, I actually want to see what's in the text. I don't care if they were talking about the weather. I don't care if he sent a picture of his balls. It doesn't matter. It's not a court of law. If you're innocent, you don't delete those texts. If you're innocent, you don't refuse to cooperate and turn over your phone like Harbaugh did.
But both could be true. You're correct, but I don't want to see. I want to see the text.
That's fine. The point I've made, look, we are at a point now where I go, all right, we got 30 days till college football. What should happen here? Do you want this to be the backdrop to your 2024 season? Amicus briefs, sad French fries at the Holiday Inn, a coach probably getting a suspension midseason. What should happen? Not what will. We know what will happen. It's going to be farcical. But, Stoney, you've said you could vacate wins, suspend Sharon Moore for 6 games. David had a little different approach. I mean, for me, listen, my bias is clear.
I also want to take away the Big Ten title of 2022.
Right, you're doing the selective thing.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
Fine.
And Jim Harbaugh can't be near
but
that
you're
building.
Admitting your bias, which I respect. For me, I think for anyone who's not a Michigan fan, the answer is going to be wildly different. I mean, obviously what should happen would be I'd load the entire program onto a SpaceX rocket, I'd smash the navigation and send it to space with no destination. But that's not the world we live in. Like that scene, what was the movie where Clooney floats into space?
Oh.
Like he can't
the one with
he can't
Sandra
grab
Bullock?
the space station. Yeah. And he just
Gravity.
Gravity. And
that was one of the most overrated movies. I hated that
movie. Was terrible.
I know.
But like if Michigan could float away like Clooney into the blackness, I'd be okay with that.
I wouldn't.
But that's not the world.
Where would I spend my Saturdays?
Maybe at home, like a normal person, enjoying college football with more than 7 inches of seat.
Well, that part is somewhat
okay.
Precarious.
We'll get to the ticket text later. I want to wrap these calls. We got to get to some baseball as well. Let's go to Lexi, who's been very patient. 97.1. Hi, Lexi. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
So I'm a lifelong Michigan fan, and this whole cheating thing has just been terrible. But I think any win that we had while Connor Stallions was on the staff at Michigan should be vacated or forfeited, whatever. That includes the Big Ten championships, and that includes all the way up until last year. And then, of course, those wins being vacated would mean that the national championship title would have to be taken away, which I think is fair. And if Sharon Moore doesn't cooperate, then I think he should be fired.
I mean,
he is cooperating.
Well, hold on. No, to Lexi's point, though. Look, this is one thing I've said. Lexi, the rest of it, if we're dealing in what should happen, I would agree with you. I have no expectation that will. But the more point you make, that's the problem I have. Because, again, think about this. You had 7 coaches involved. One coach last year was fired middle of a game week for pressuring kids to either lie or not speak to the NCAA, Chris Patridge.
Where's he now?
No, but this is my point, Mike. They don't, and I'm not saying, Lexi, you're not doing this. You don't get to pretend that everybody didn't know. They knew. Therefore, Sharon Moore knew he shouldn't be the coach, especially now that you find out he deleted text the day the report came out. Lexi, if they were talking about the weather, innocent people don't do that.
Exactly. Don't cover up your tracks if you have no tracks to cover. It's ridiculous.
That's, and again, it's in the what should happen venue, not what will. Because, again, we don't live in a fair world. Life is not fair. College football has no credibility. This is part of the arguments I get in with Rico all the time, Stoney. Like, you can't ask me to care about this sport when I have no credibility. They got no one. It's like there's food on the stove. There's no one watching it. It's just burning. I can't take it serious. It's one of the biggest cheating scandals you've ever seen. And this team was allowed to continue their season. When common sense told you, no way. No way.
So when, toe hits leather, you're not going to be watching and rooting for your team?
No, the difference is, okay, time out. See, that's a trick question.
No, I'm
Stoney, I do a radio show for a living. Not watching is not a choice.
I understand that.
Second of all, I do a podcast about sports betting. Not watching, also not a choice.
Okay, so let's go into it's not reality.
What do you want to know? Ask me.
If you didn't have this job, but you still had the same values that you have,
I would no longer.
You wouldn't watch Michigan State play.
No, I don't.
Even if they were really good.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Okay.
Because the sport is because I have USC in the Big Ten.
Okay.
Because I have a sport that is being bastardized. Everything that was beautiful about the sport, gone. And you know what they're doing? Government cheese NFL football. That's what it is. It's just none of it makes sense to me. And I'm somewhere Rico's making fun of me right now.
It's okay.
I just can't. I'm not into it. It's been ruined. And I don't know. I got pretty much the things I wanted out of it. I mean, State won the Big Ten a bunch and made the playoff. We kicked Michigan's face in for a decade. That's a pretty good way to go out. That's a good last meal before they put the lethal injection in, known as Mel Tucker. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not bad, all right? It was a good run. David, hit the Sinatra. It's all over. What do you got on ticket text? Get to the callers in a second. Go ahead.
If Sharon Moore is suspended, he 100% should be fired. How do you have a new coach suspended before he even becomes the coach?
Okay, that's been my point in all of this. If Moore was found out to be involved in any way, and if you're deleting text the day the report comes out, I don't care if you rob a bank and then you return the money later. You still robbed them. Moore giving the messages after the NCAA already had them, that doesn't mean anything to me. I never understood. Look, every coach who could get out did. To me, Sharon Moore was radioactive. Who wanted him?
I'm sure Harbaugh could have taken him.
No. But who wanted him? No. Greg Roman or Sharon Moore? He took the guy who architected his first dynasty in San Francisco.
Well, he could have been an offensive line coach, which he was anyway.
So you go from being the OC at U of M to being a line? No way. Mike, no one wanted these people. They had one safe harbor. Follow the lunatic to Del Mar. That's it. So he's the fall guy. If David wants to suspend Moore for the year, he shouldn't be the coach. But again, I live in a world of common sense. Now we can revisit world we live in. he'll get suspended for the first half against Arkansas Community College. I don't know.
The first half.
You know what I mean? It's just none of it makes sense.
That takes me back. Remember last year how it started?
Yes.
Oh, this coach gets to coach the first half, first 3 quarters, and then what are we doing here?
Everyone's getting a dress rehearsal. You're like, wait, what? 248-539-9797. Well, how about this? We'll get the rest of the ticket text, the last of the calls, and then we got to get to some other stuff, including Stoney up north. I want to bring up the Tigers in the 5 o'clock. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Because I think they've earned a major award. And it is the equivalent of a leg lamp. Summer driving season is here. The combination of increased traffic, 18-wheelers, motorcycles, terrible roads, construction, it leads to accidents. And if you're injured in one of them, you need to call injury attorney David Feminino. Him and his team ready to help you right now. And David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. You could speak to David personally if you call right now, 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website anytime, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, Stoney's got an up north experience at 4:30, and the Tigers have won the equivalent of a leg lamp. I'm going to explain to you, and you have to tell me whether you agree with the major award I'm offering you at 5 o'clock. Let's get to the callers. Mike has been super patient. Mike, I'm sorry it took so long. Welcome.
Hey, Mike. Just to lay it out there first, I'm a Michigan fan, Michigan dad, and Michigan grad. So I'm a trifecta here.
That's right.
And I'll start with the idea that, yes, Michigan cheated. Absolutely. Michigan cheated. My problem is that I take the opposite approach as you do. You look back and you keep saying, well, I didn't look at money as this big deal. Other people do it. I look at the sign stealing as, it just doesn't strike me as a big deal, in part because the root sign stealing isn't actually illegal. It's how they did it.
Correct.
If some third party had did this, if they hired previous coaches to bring secret playbooks, hey, so to me, yes, it's cheating, but it's not the big deal like the scandal since SMU, like you keep saying.
All right, so let me ask you a
the
question.
opposite approach.
All right, and that's fine. I mean, look, it's a free country, Mike. I'm not mad at you. If this were Ohio State, forgive me that I have doubts you'd take the same very measured approach. No?
Well, I actually do in a way, because I look at it the same way with the Houston Astros in there. Yeah, they got caught on the sign stealing, and yes, okay, so they used technology, but sign stealing had been going on for 20 years, forever in there.
So this is an example that affects me. Mike, they robbed my team of a World Series. See, I wanted the Astros burnt to the ground. I wanted the owner to have to sell. I got a lot of what I wanted, but you know what I didn't get, Mike? The players got let off the hook for flipping. But, Mike, the Astros to me are forever dirty. I'll view them as cheaters for the rest of my life. Maybe that just makes me a bad guy. They screwed my Yankees. They cheated.
Of all the teams, the Yankees.
That's where us fans come in, because we all look at the things that bother us, the teams that we like.
Yes.
The cheating that goes against us is the worst cheating. To me, again, like I said.
And Mike, full disclosure,
that big of a deal.
You're right. Part of what bugs me, and Mike, not that you needed to cheat to beat us. We're horrific. Mike, you had a guy in a costume on our sidelines. Yes, you're right. The fact that it was us and not Duke or UTEP or Wake Forest, you're right, Mike. It bothers me to no end. It really does. It was so egregious. It's so beyond the pale. I mean, Mike, the fact that the guy had a budget and was scouting 58 games, teams that weren't on your schedule, doing it illegally and clearly providing you value. Otherwise, look, here's what I would tell you. College, how about this? Coaches, any sport, they are absolute control freaks. They want to know the type of salad being served at training table, what's the color of Gatorade in the tubs. There is no world that exists that if this wasn't providing value, they would ever just take the headset to the side. Hey, Connor, what are you saying over there? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Doesn't happen. So like that, that's where we disagree. That's all.
I was always under the impression.
F the Astros. I'm sorry.
But it's okay. Falsely, that it's possible that not the lone wolf, but he would present his job was to steal signs or to decode signs or whatever the hell you want to call it. And each week before each game, he would sit with the coordinators and say, this is what my intel shows. When they do this, they do this. In my mind, I'm not really sure 100% that they knew that how he was getting some of that information to augment what he did. Everybody knows what he did legally by taking, videotapes.
So
and
here's the
like
real
that.
life equivalent of it. David, if your kid starts coming home with 10 racks a night, you don't know how he's getting the money, but mommy and daddy sure enjoyed the new house son bought them. Does that let you off the hook if it ends up being blood money?
Sure.
Come
no,
on,
it doesn't.
I'm just having fun with Stoney, but what are we doing here?
And I'll say this, because there are texts coming in. There are even Michigan fans that think this. Okay, let me play along with you. If Sharon Moore knew nothing,
okay,
let's just say the text messages have nothing in it, right?
Sure.
That means in my mind, he knew Connor was doing something, though, and he said, I got to disassociate myself with him at all costs.
I agree.
That's
it.
Unless, now that doesn't get him off the hook, King James Harbaugh said, hey, we had a problem here. Everybody have anything contact with Stallions, get it off your phones now.
But then that returns us to a different chapter of Choose Your Adventure. Then it means that the czar, and it goes all the way to the top, knew.
Right.
So they, again, and why did Harbaugh refuse to turn his phone over if he had nothing to hide?
You're right.
I'm asking for a friend. I'll
Right.
hang up and listen.
No, I agree with you.
First-time caller, long-time listener.
I think it's all on Harbaugh.
And that's fine, but you reap what you sow. Like
Right.
this
So
is
Sharon Moore is Harbaugh's collateral damage.
And
basically.
the problem is anyone who could get out did get out. Well, okay, if Sharon Moore is again, if Sharon Moore is this good, where were the interviews for other jobs?
I don't know. Did he have any? I have no idea.
Where were the interviews for any of these coaches? They're all radioactive, Mike, because they're all going to have show causes. That's the problem. Which, again, is tough if you're just yelling cheeseburger in the sky. Then why are all these guys going to end up with show causes? I just don't see a world they won't. And, again, it won't matter for Harbaugh. He's never coached in college
No.
again. But it's like, look what they just did to Kentucky, who didn't do anything like you did. Is that a like a warning shot? Because I don't even know what the NCAA can do. I'll say what I said last hour to you. I will always blame, first of all, the Big Ten. Tony Petitti's got no spine. And second of all, I blame Rico Beard. That's really the point. No, I blame the College Football Playoff Committee because, again, they're run by the networks. It is a joke to me that amidst one of the biggest scandals we've ever seen in real time, this team was allowed to continue their season. Now, I didn't say that it was ever going to happen.
No, I know.
But in the world of should versus will, no, I would blame them before the NCAA.
I think it's very, very interesting that the head of that committee this upcoming season is the Big Ten Athletic Director of the Year, Ward Manuel.
The idea that Ward Manuel's employed is stunning to me. The basketball program, the hockey program, the volleyball, the football scandals, plural. You know, guys operating an Avis, and players drive his wife's car. I mean, what are we doing? How are you here? Who are you? Seriously. Oh, and by the way, the whole Dr. Anderson thing, yikes. Like, what?
Let me read this. Someone says, David, let me help you out. Disclaimer, David Hall's son is not known to be involved in any criminal activity.
No, exactly. I was making the point that you don't just, willful ignorance is not an excuse. That's all. Meanwhile, David's on another cruise. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. What's up, Nick?
Oh, Mike, some of these calls, God, I love how delusional some of these Michigan fans are. It's the best. Not you, Stoney or David, but, everybody, that last guy, everybody's been doing it for the last 20 years. Thanks, Harbaugh. Go back to the NFL. Man, now that last call really makes me hope even more so that Michigan goes out and fights this so that I get to listen to my favorite comedy ever, Michigan football, America's team. When that scandal went down, Mike, every day on this radio was radio gold, some of the funniest radio I've ever heard. And I get to laugh and make fun of all the delusional fans who still deny that they didn't do anything wrong and won't own up to the fact that we cheated, we don't care. It's like you said, Mike, if Fenway suddenly sank into the Atlantic, you'd be laughing and dancing on the streets. Now,
correct.
I'm very biased. I'm Penn State guy.
Right.
I'm spiteful because of the Jerry Sandusky incident, how we got drilled for that. And then Michigan, a similar thing happened with them with Schembeck. Well, only it was worse because there were more victims involved, and all the players knew it was going on, and he even enabled it. And they
that was the different. I think the only difference there is the Anderson stuff was 15, 20 years after it took place that it got revealed.
But it still happened. Oh, and by the way, Stoney, why is the Bo statue still up? Scratch that.
I agree. I agree.
I
agree.
He didn't win anything.
I agree.
He ain't wrong.
At least Joe Pa won national titles, but I digress. So
no, but you're not wrong.
I think
you're not wrong, and I fully admit, Nick. I fully admit, look, this is what I do every day. This is like my life's work, and it's like it is cumulative. Like the idea, we were doing shows where the team's play-by-play guy was destroying victims. Not Doug Karsh, I'm saying the previous guy.
Yeah.
We were in real life. It was almost like a Donald Sterling moment. We had people going, well, yeah, but it's not his biological son. I mean, you're like, wait a minute. And this was on the heels of Michigan State and Larry Nassar. And again, the hubris of U of M. It does add up. It does play a role in how I feel. The idea that place is still named Schembechler Hall and that statue stands, it's a disgrace. It's a total disgrace. But there's just, we don't live in a just world. We don't live in a fair world. They get away with certain things other schools can't. And they'll get away with this largely. That's why the win is I never have to validate what they did because you cheated. I don't care. I said this to you.
I know.
Even my friends who went to the damn school and I've known for 20 years know.
Right.
They know they can't throw it in my face and they don't even bother.
Right. They know they cheated.
They know. And that's my win.
Mm-hmm.
My team blows. I don't have any wins. My coach was busy earning his Hilton Honors points in a weird way. We're ass. There's no win for me. That's why I cashed the ticket. I bet on the games, and I watch everything because yes, I take pride in what I do.
How much money did the Wolverines make for you last year, by the way?
A decent amount.
Okay.
Listen, they made more than 22.
Yeah.
22 was the big one.
Yeah.
And I took TJ's money. I really believed in that thing. Now I figured out what was going on.
Green's the same though.
That's true. I admit this. It was an emotional hedge.
Right.
I said, look, if my hated rival's going to win, at least I'll benefit.
Yeah.
And if they lose, I just view it like, what would I have paid for them to lose? It's a win. It's all you have left when your team is Oscar the Grouch. I have nothing.
Kind of like every fan in this city besides the Lions right now.
We'll get to it.
I know.
Don't ruin it. Summer's here. The John Jansen Weight Loss Club. You can lose 10 pounds, 100 pounds, or anywhere in between. It's idealu.us. Don't wait. Go to idealu.us today. Get that free consultation. You could be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Go to idealu.us right now. You can get on the same plan that helped John to a road to success. He's kept the weight off. Bottom line, you can get this done, and Ideal U is ready to help you. Lose weight, get a $200 Visa gift card right now by going to idealu.us. That's idealu.us.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Michigan basketball released their roster today that includes a total of 15 players with 3 walk-ons. Jace Howard, one of just 3 returners, changing his number to 7 this season. Mr. Basketball Darrell Brooks will wear number 8. The Chiefs are paying Harrison Butker in a new $25.6 million extension with $17.75 million guaranteed. The extension for the next 4 seasons and values out to be in the mid-$6 millions per year, which makes Butker the highest paid kicker in NFL history. Justin Tucker previously held that mark. After a practice that featured multiple post-play scrums, the Lions came down a little banged up today. Terrion Arnold is being evaluated for concussion, while new offensive lineman Kevin Zeitler has a shoulder ailment. Sam Laporta also sat out practice for an injury he gained last week. Dan Campbell said he should be back soon. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it's simple. Summer is here. We're cruising along. Moran Buick GMC, their 24 model year closeout sale going on right now. 24 models have got to move, and they got prices to get it done for you. Moran Buick GMC, right now, the 24 GMC Sierra. They've got Yukon Denali's. Everything's in stock. Everything's priced to move. It's Moran Buick GMC. They also have the certified service center. You go to moranexpress.com. You get the free loaner. Go about your day. You don't have to waste time sitting around and waiting. It is Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at moranexpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, Stoney. David has an update for us.
Oh, yes.
The czar of Michigan football, now the head coach of the L.A. Chargers, has spoken today after the draft of allegations. Yes, David, let me hear this without vomiting.
Yeah, so he was asked if he had a comment on it. So here's his quote. Yes, I do have a comment on that. Never lie, never cheat, never steal. I was raised with that lesson. I have preached that lesson to the teams I have coached. No one's perfect. If you stumble, you apologize and make it right. Today, I do not apologize. I did not participate, was not aware nor complicit in those said allegations.
Then why didn't you cooperate? Easy to say when you're 2,000 miles away, never coming back, and the NCAA doesn't have subpoena power. So, yawn.
I mean, it's Jim
Harbaugh.
Right. Am I allowed to not value that, or am I just a Sparty?
No, it's a little bit of Sparty. Look, he's a terrific football coach. He's weird, odd, whatever word you want to use. And I believe that part of the punishment should be that he should never be able to walk in Schembechler Hall or that stadium ever again.
No.
It's symbolic, but
he's
whatever.
never going to. Oh, you just mean like as a visitor?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that'll never happen.
Well,
that'll never.
That's my symbolism.
You're more unfair than me.
Yes.
All right. Ticket text. We'll get to a few calls. We got to get to the Tigers at 5:00. Look, not only because I was gone, but because something took place this weekend, and I think you have graduated to a new status as a franchise. I'm very excited to talk about this. We're going to get to it. David, go ahead, buddy.
The Walmart Wolverine, I think Michigan needs to wait until the final findings come out, but I am starting to feel like we just need to clean house.
Okay.
As a Michigan fan, I want them to investigate OSU and how it got access to our practice footage.
When did that happen? I missed that.
Oh, God.
If USC lost their championship for off-the-field violation, Michigan's last 2 years should be vacated at a minimum.
But again, I will say this to you. It is a different time and place. The sport is in complete disrepair. The NCAA lost any credibility when they decided they wanted no part of NIL. It's not 2005 anymore. Guys, look, what should happen and will happen are two different things. We can yell and scream during football season.
Right.
I don't think this team should be allowed to finish the season. That's different. We're here now. I've gotten what I needed. I got validated. Absolutely. I mean, it was nonsense. And by the way, from a Jim Costa perspective, I hope CMU goes Division II. That's scumbag factory. The idea that CMU, like McElwain knew it was Stallions on the sideline. I have that on very good authority.
Oh, absolutely.
He knew.
How wouldn't
and he
he?
got up there and he went, oh, yeah, hell yeah. The sign stealer guy was on our sideline potentially. I don't know. We're finding out. Jim, you're a liar. Go back to that stupid barn you live in. That's ridiculous.
Or shark fishing.
Mm-hmm.
That was not him, allegedly. Yes, Dave.
The U of M cheating is no different than any other institution cheating. So forget it. It means nothing. That is Ray from Casco.
Well, Ray, here's the deal. They got caught.
I mean, it would be the equivalent of like telling a cop, but what about those 9 cars? Yeah, I don't have them pulled over. I have
Right.
This is for you, Stoney. This is Braden in Brighton. Up next, Stoney has an archery battle against the School for the Blind. This is in reference to what you said earlier about what you wanted to do and cheat for your school.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Not even a Division I team he wanted to cheat for.
No, it was,
It was wow.
We were playing, it was a club team. We were playing Gallaudet, which is a deaf school.
Like
And-
Michigan played the School for the Deaf and
right,
went 4-0.
that's how we got into it. And me and my roommate at the time, we investigated how hard would it be to get a bass drum, put it on the sidelines, and try to draw them off sides by pounding the drum.
Horrific.
It was, look, it's not something
I'd
I'm
ask
proud of.
what's wrong with you, but we
you-
only have an hour left in the show.
Oh, I got something from this weekend.
Well,
Two
go
things.
ahead. Just do it.
All right, 2 things. I went up north this weekend and had a great time. 2 things happened. One is not that rare. The other one, I'll do in reverse chronological order. Driving home yesterday on Cairn Highway, a 2-lane highway. I was going like 62, 63. Out of nowhere, deer. And I clipped it. And my car, you'll see, is a little damaged.
That's scary.
Yeah, you hear that thump. And my wife, I drove by myself, she goes, "Did you stop and see how the deer is?" Hell no, I just kept driving. I mean, there was no doubt that the deer was going to be dead. I didn't
When
need
you
to see
say
it.
clipped it, where the hell did it hit you?
The front, the passenger side's front.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. How fast were you going?
Probably about 60.
Holy hell.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, but these deer, they're stupid. They're just cars coming. But it came out of nowhere, and it wasn't like it was a big 4-way highway where you could actually.
How
see
bad's your
it.
car?
I'll show you after the show. It needs some work. It still
Okay.
drives okay.
Going 60. You're lucky you just clipped it.
I
Otherwise, you'd
know.
have a real problem here.
Well, if I got hit, like
I'd be doing a
middle-
solo show today.
Yes, you probably would.
Now, let's get to the other thing.
The other one, myself, my kids, my wife, my niece and nephew, we take walks through the woods up north. It's a little exercise with the dogs and things like that. Well, you've heard the expression, it's in the middle of nowhere. The expression, a bear does, what in the woods?
Come on, dude. No.
I was your bear.
No.
Yes. I had to. What could I do? There was nothing else I could do.
It was a code red.
Oh, it was a code red.
I don't know that we can. Okay, you got to be super careful doing this.
Well, it went in the woods.
What did you send them? You send the family away?
No, they went further ahead because I said,
God.
Cindy, you think there's any like portage on in the middle? No, of course not.
Michael.
I think I gotta go.
Michael.
I think I gotta go. She goes, oh, well, we're gonna keep walking. There's an area here. I think you're safe here because there's not going to be anybody driving by or anything like that.
Oh my God! Radio legend Mike Stone
went in there.
Went in where?
A little bit of near the woods.
I went in there like he's going into a bath. What are you talking about?
Went
in
John
there?
Rambo? Did you have a stick with on fire to light your way through?
No, it was plenty of sunlight.
All right, now listen.
I
don't
drop the shorts.
Thank you.
I did my business and moved on.
I
moved on. That's all.
No. Don't make me do it.
That's it.
Without
no bad words.
any discussion of anything else.
Yes.
I have to ask a question.
Yes.
And I'm not. I can't ask you.
No, I didn't.
Oh my!
I tried.
Oh my!
But
I was going to ask leaves or socks.
Well, I tried with a little bit of
No,
some leaves.
No.
Stoney, this is
No.
crazy.
No.
This is wild.
But and want to hear the crazy part about this?
Oh, I already haven't.
No, there's another part. So I'm walking to catch up with them, and what do I pass? Some house is doing construction. There was a portage on there I could have used.
Oh no!
I was pissed.
Okay, now here's the.
Have you ever had to do it in the woods?
I mean,
I wouldn't put myself in that situation because I'm not walking in the woods.
Look, here's my point.
Trails.
Here.
I mean, it's not like walking in the woods per se.
Okay, here's my. You know what? It's better if I ask off the air. It's too early in the week. I just got back from vacation. I'm not going to get in trouble.
I knew this would make you happy, though.
No, it doesn't. It's sad. I don't like this. Then there's the it's seared in your brain, the imagery of radio legend Michael Stone destroying nature.
You'd rather have Willie Mays stories.
Yes. That your pop lied to you and told you were on the phone with Willie Mays when it really was just a black guy at the dealership. Much better. This is terrible.
But I'm sure
You had to go that bad.
Yes.
What did you eat?
I don't know. It was in the morning. I didn't have my constitutional, I guess.
He had some grape nuts that didn't sit well.
So you said as you walked further, there was a porta-john construction.
Yes.
Was that construction close enough for them to have seen you in the woods?
No.
Okay.
Nobody could have seen me.
The question I'm going to ask him will stay off the air because it's too early in the week to get in trouble. We're going to recover from this. I have a major award I'd like to hand out to the Tigers and their fans. You are one of a kind, man.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what. David, you can read ticket texts, but they got to be clean. You can't. You're just waving it off. Okay, that's it.
I've looked. No.
There's nobody with clean ones?
No.
Stories?
Well, see.
You can't. No. You know what? Personal growth. Don't even go there. I'll ask Stoney what I got to ask him off the air. We're going to come back. We're going to get into this Tigers thing for a couple of segments. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers have the day off. Cater Montero is set to pitch tomorrow in Seattle to kick off a 3-game series. Help may just be on the way in the starting rotation. Casey Mines is set to begin a rehab this week after tossing a live batting practice over the weekend. A.J. Hinch on the approach, quote, starting pitchers are really hard to plan out because to build them up to have 5 innings and 75 pitches or 6 and 85, where they can have a normal start, that's like a 3.5-week process given the time off in between starts, end quote. Current Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh says the trouble with the snap still haunts him on the Part of My Take podcast. Harbaugh's former squad was ranked 8th in the coach's preseason top 25 today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. So we have, if you want Michigan and the draft of allegations, we've done primarily 3 hours of it. You can go listen to it, Odyssey.com rewind. We got to talk about something that I don't know how much coverage it has gotten today, but I think the Tigers have attained a new status. Now, this weekend, Stoney, they retired Jim Leyland's number, which I have no problem with. I know some people did, but ballpark was packed. They walk it off, but it's not the focus of the game. It was Scott Harris's appearance on our station. It was Jim Leyland's speech and the way this all went down. Leyland thanked, well, everyone except one person. And I thought it was very meaningful. Now, if you think I'm out of line for thinking that, that's okay. But he thanked everyone except the guy who owns the team. You know who else never appeared, was never acknowledged as being there, and was never up on that beautiful new scoreboard? You guessed it, Chris Ilitch. When you combine the fact that I think intentionally they didn't put him up there because they didn't want him to get booed out of his own park.
Absolutely. I was watching with my family on Saturday. I said, they're not going to introduce Chris Ilitch. And they said, why, Dad? Because I said, because he's going to get the hell booed out of him.
So for one, instead of being more concerned about the reaction of your fan base than actually giving your fans a good product, this is where I've arrived at with this team. Scott Harris would not make a guarantee that they're going to spend. They've had no discussions to buy out Javi Baez. Now, I understand he can't come on the air and go,
Correct.
oh, yeah, we're talking about it left and right. The fact that Javi Baez on August 5th is still here, the fact that the GM has twice now had an underwhelming trade deadline, the fact that he's gone 2 off seasons without essentially spending a penny, and all we have to go on right here and right now is they're doing this on the cheap. That's right here, right now. Mm-hmm. That's what we have, as you are $65 million beneath league average. Okay?
Just get the league average next year.
Okay, so here's my point. I would like to congratulate you because officially here's where I've arrived at. And it means I have to alter how I view them. You're a small market baseball team. You are not who I think you are. See, I have great respect for the Detroit Tigers. I think more of the Tigers than I think you think of them, people. But see, you're just the Midwestern Athletics. You're just a different version of the Tampa Bay Rays. You are the Pittsburgh Pirates. Everything I have to go on right here, right now, is this is a team that has no urgency. They do not have an owner that bleeds to win. They do not have a GM that is a bulldog. I think he's just walking in the park he's on the Iser plan.
Yeah, well, that's the plan. Maybe that's why they hired him.
And guess what? Small market.
Yeah.
All you do is sign players to flip them. Draft high schoolers that are 8 years away, not literally, but years away. You don't ever add to your core, and all you do is sell us someday far away when the core's ready, we'll spend. I got to tell you, the fact that Leyland didn't acknowledge Chris Ilitch, the fact that he wasn't on that Jumbotron, that's another small market routine. You know what small market teams don't do? They don't put their owner out there because the fans in small market towns hate their owner. You are behaving like the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Well, to be fair, do you think who's the guy that owns the Red Sox? John Henry? Is he still on the Red
They're
Sox?
major market, and he's not popular.
Right.
Signed the Mookie Betts trade and not spending.
Right, and they would boo him too.
But stick with me on the small market thing. Teams that are more concerned about feelings being hurt than putting a competitive product on the field, small market.
True.
That's you. Not you personally.
I know.
This team, people, I want to know if you've arrived at that point. I mean, think about this. You have Tarek Skubal and 4 openers. That's what we're going to do the rest of the year. That's small market.
Yeah. Well, obviously, most of that is because of injury.
Mike, we don't want to block the prospects. Has Jace Young taken a single at bat this year?
No.
We're still living in a world where the GM smarmily defends not signing anyone, even though if you bring up the players we wanted, he would be proven totally wrong. Is it wrong that this season, now, until or unless they stop acting this way, I'd like to award them their leg lamp? This is their major award. You've won the Ben Cherington Award, a.k.a. Pittsburgh. You are the AL Pirates. That's what you are.
What did they do at the deadline? They bought a little bit.
A little.
Yeah, a little.
At least they called up Skeens.
Yeah.
You're not going to see Job until May of next year. He won't break camp. They'll manipulate his time.
God, I hope not.
Hope ain't a strategy.
I know. I understand that.
And look.
All they have to do is look about the guy they honored the other night, Jim Leyland. He brought up Verlander in 2006.
On 4th of July, wasn't it?
No, that was 2005.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He just did it one start and then went back.
Yep.
But he broke camp, him and Zamaya, because he thought they were their best players.
The point is, they do nothing major market. They don't act major market. They don't have an urgency in their operation that a major market team would have, knowing customers won't put up with it. The owners know where to be found. Even if he's there, they don't show him. And Jim Leyland, I think it was very intentional. Very.
I don't know if I'd go that far with Leyland, only because he mentioned Mike Ilitch, he mentioned Marion, and he said, and the Ilitch family. By not mentioning Chris by name, maybe he didn't want to mention Denise and the other kids.
But you do realize
mentioned
Denise
Scott
doesn't own the
Harris.
team. Chris does.
I know.
He mentioned Scott Harris, though.
I know.
Who was not here when he was managing.
I know.
Mentions guy not in park, doesn't mention owner sitting there.
Right. He also praised to a weird level Scott Harris in the press conference after the ceremony, too, which was kind of, he says, if you respect me and trust me as a baseball man, which I hope you do, Scott Harris knows what he's doing. Is what he
That's
basically
fine.
said.
Look, I want Scott Harris to be very good at what he does, but 2 years in, Mike, let me ask you this question, and I'll throw the number out, 248-539-9797. Do you agree that we need to shift how we view the Detroit Tigers?
Yes.
We have to view them as small market until or unless they stop acting like it. Now, this offseason,
they could change.
A bold trade, a couple big expenditures. You could show me. Here's my problem. As we sit here right now, you have Riley Green and Colt Keith. What else do you have in that lineup? What do you have? All the talk from Scott Harris, we can't block anybody. What do you have? And on your pitching staff, I have one guy, Tarek Skubal. One.
Well, you think Olsen might be a good number 2 or 3.
Fine. What else you got?
You have Job.
Do you?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, well, I'll see you Memorial Day next year.
Right.
And that's if he's any good and if he doesn't blow out. So I would like to know from the people. And look, it was sad because Saturday night, that's what the ballpark should be.
Yes, that was incredible.
Provide these people with a product so they want to come to your park. Yes. And so it can be that environment.
Should have won yesterday too, but Shelby Miller that's all he does is give up home runs.
But again, they aren't building anything. This is my problem. Look, small market teams generally just bump around. And then eventually their best players want to get paid and they don't pay them and they trade them, right? The Skubal thing, it is now going to be a storyline all offseason. If you do not extend him, you're going to get less for him every time he takes them out. So you have one option. as Tom Berenger said in an inspirational speech in Major League, win the whole effing thing. You have to get serious here. So I wanted to know if right here, right now, you've changed how you view your baseball team. That they are small market because they don't act major market.
No, they don't.
And Mike, they don't have an urgency that a major market team would have.
No, I'm giving Harris one more year, one more offseason, and see what happens. Look, he's basing everything, could be wrong, on the kids. And it sounds you're right, like the Iser plan.
Right, which is also, look, if we just build what the Iser plan really is, and this is not a shot at Steve Yzerman, it's just a statement of my reality.
No stars.
Oh, no, you don't get it. We're building to be consistently good over the long haul.
Right.
What the F does that mean? That's not even how sports works these days. So if you're going to take 4, 5, first of all, I don't have any respect if it takes you 5, 6 years to build something. I don't care. Your life is to be, like, if you're Steve Yzerman, your job's to be better than everybody.
Well, baseball is even different because there's no cap in baseball.
Well, and if you're operating and you refuse to spend money, and please spare me the Baltimore Orioles because that's going to get taken away from you real quick when they have to pay Adley and when they their payroll is going to be behemoth and their owners are ready to do it. They've already said it publicly. Please spare me on that. Show me any evidence. Look, Javi Baez can't break camp with this team. Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay. If they don't buy out Javi Baez, small market. If they don't buy out Javi Baez plus spend another $50 million on this payroll next year, small market, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have the ability to go on the air, or I don't have the ability to go on the air and tell our customer base, guys, they're really trying. They're really going to go for this to give us a good product and try to win and get a wild card next year. Mike, if they don't do those things, what else can I classify them?
Oh, look, Kansas City did it.
They lost 100 games last year.
They did it with pitching, and granted, I didn't think Lugo was going to be as good as he was, but they spend money on him and Waka, and then they built up their bullpen. The Tigers spent a little money, not a lot, and what did they get? They got Canna, who was a little disappointing.
Little.
They flipped him. I didn't expect him to be great anyway.
Well, they did. They made him their signature acquisition and made fun of people who thought that wasn't good enough.
And they gambled wrong on the Flaherty or Maeda.
Maeda's a disaster.
Yeah.
Like straight up, you can't have Maeda on this team next year.
No.
So what I'm asking them to do to be major market is they have to buy out $37 million in player and then go $50 million above that. Do you think Chris is cutting an $87 million check next year?
I'll be pacified with just Javi.
Then you know what? You're small market.
Well, I know.
2-4.
Yes.
You're doing Cincinnati radio. 248-539-9797. Do we need to view the Tigers differently? That we can't view them as a major market team.
No, look, everybody and he even hired a guy, I forget his name, Metzler or whatever from Tampa. Everybody said, well, Tampa's always pretty good. And then look what happens. They have to get rid of their good players.
Small market.
Right. So Cleveland, they spent a lot of money on Ramirez, but that was a weird thing that he really liked it and wanted to stay there.
I know nobody cares here. They made a great trade at deadline. Lane Thomas at the top of that order with Quan.
Oh, I know.
With J-Ram behind him. That's a nightmare. Oh, wait. That's what I'm trying to create here.
Yeah.
It's cool. I'll just wait till 2027 when Max Clark is here.
And they're not a major market, Cleveland.
No, and their owners are dirt cheap and embarrassing.
Correct. You know what's bizarre? And I can't believe I'm going to say this.
We're not Cleveland. We're a way better place than Cleveland.
Would the Tigers be better if another owner who shares Little Caesars Arena with Chris Ilitch owned the Tigers? Think about that coming up. I know it disgusts you, but think about it, though.
Oh, Lord. All right. Oh, boy. Companies are out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Nothing's really for free. You want a fair deal, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price And now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you save up to $2,000. Fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. Hey, David, I want you to mark something down. I was just talking to Rieger, who's getting ready for a show at 6. At least somebody shows up early. The point is, I said to Rieger, you're going to stick around for a minute? If you want to hear the Michigan talk, Odyssey.com rewind. We did 3 hours on it. I'm tired of it. Here's the deal. I said to Jeff, if you're not a small market team, first of all, you got to buy out $37 million in player. Maeda can't be here, and Baez can't be here. That's before we get the spending on this roster. And Rieger, you go, Oh, what? You actually, no, Baez will be here. I am stating for the record, you come up with the terms of the bet. I will not live this way. There is no way Baez breaks camp with this team next year. It can't happen.
All right, first of all, Maeda will be here.
No.
As a reliever,
I do not accept it.
He's going to be here.
Then you're small market.
I don't disagree with that. But
so you don't mind the take.
As far as Baez is concerned, you listen to Scott. Is he going to buy him out?
I'm going to repeat this for you. I will not live this way. I cannot have another year Harvey. Come up with the terms of the bet. He will not break camp with this team. You're saying
we'll figure something out. Absolutely.
You figure it out. This ain't going to be one of them Rico bets.
Some way he's going to be on this roster.
I don't want no guacamole.
You got to pay him $65 million to go away. Is that happening?
I'm going to say it again. I refuse to live this way.
He's not living in reality.
They have to pay Baez out. I don't expect them to do both of them. That would be unbelievable. But to answer my question that I said before the break.
Okay, ask Rieger before I answer. I'm not comfortable with this.
Who would you rather have on the Tigers? Chris Ilitch or Tom Gores?
I think it's an easy answer. One guy has no problem spending.
Yes.
Yeah, and he also has no clue what day it is.
That's okay.
And the other guy,
listen,
I won't even put him up on the Jumbotron, and Jim Leyland won't even acknowledge him.
By the way, great job for Jim. I'm very happy for him. That's all.
I am too.
Yeah. Great man.
I understand they didn't win the World Series, but like...
Oh, you weren't here on Friday. We got into a knockdown, drag-out argument. The religious man over here hates the fact that Leyland was
made aware.
I didn't hate the fact. See, now you're misrepresenting me.
Hate.
I loved everything that he did here. I didn't hate the fact that he's getting retired. They have a standard. That's all.
Yeah, their standard is if you make the Hall of Fame.
When does Max Clark's name go up on the wall? Christ, the way some people talk about him. I heard they're actually using whiteout and they're getting rid of Hank Greenberg. We're putting Clark up there.
They're putting McGonigal up there tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, may as well. Actually, the Ernie statue's out. We have a McGonigal statue going in.
Well, we have to have the patience for Job.
Okay, here's the other bet. Go ahead, Rieger. You're as plugged in as anybody. I said this, Tony. Like, again, small market 2.0. You're not going to see Job until May of next year.
I agree. They already told you that. I mean, you could have brought up Job potentially this year, considering you have all of 2 starters now. They decided not to.
You
then
really
they
have
said,
one. I think the league's figured Montero out.
"Oh, there you go. Okay, fine. 1." And by the way, I mean, just my own conspiracy theory.
You're gone.
At Tarek Skubal, I don't think is going to be as dominant down the stretch because, again, just me, I think he was pitching to get the hell out. That's my own personal thought.
No,
I'm not co-signing that.
No, I don't think so.
But I'm fine if you tell me he doesn't repeat what he did this year next year. Why? Because this year, he's essentially Clayton Kershaw 2014. Mm-hmm. He is historically great this year.
No, but they said they want Job in AAA.
Which is another reason why they should have traded him.
I'm not
I agree.
I don't want any more
I know.
radio.
They said Job is going to pitch in AAA, meaning next year he'll probably start in AAA.
And they got to manipulate the time.
Well, small
market.
I don't know when you'll see him. Just real quick before I leave. Question to you guys. You guys get to ask, I get to ask.
Yes.
Would a more veteran general manager or POBO, president of baseball ops, have traded Tarek Skubal in this current situation?
Okay,
Dave Dombrowski,
there are 2 answers: Epstein or Dombrowski or Andrew Friedman or whatever successful, an AJ Preller, a better, more established GM. I won't say better. Yes. Scott Harris may end up being good. More experienced. They never would have had 2 off seasons of doing nothing except signing, tuna cans. But to answer your question, I would lean yes. That looking at the situation, understanding his value would never be higher, and knowing I'm not going to have a $200 million payroll, I will lean yes. Is that what you want?
I'm just
Does
saying.
that satisfy you?
And the trade could have done wonders for this so-called rebuild. Anyway, you guys are fantastic.
But at least we got some conversation. We were worried. We said, I remember when I was here a couple weeks ago, all you wanted to make sure that he was at least listening and talking about Skubal, which I think they did.
Minus the fact that the Dodgers, the reports are they couldn't even get a conversation going. Look, man, I
think it was holiday or nothing for Skubal, to be honest with you.
And that's, by the way, he's on fire.
I know.
On fire. So all the people who mocked us wanting him because he went 2 for 34.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
Hey, who's on fire in Toledo, baby? Torque.
And Matt Chapman. Legitimate.
But he's not
I'm
in
fine.
Toledo.
Yeah, but we'd be blocking Jace Young. The fact that Harris couldn't come on this station and at least give us that you know what? We could have gone that direction. It didn't work out. Like the idea that it is an indefensible position to mock those who wanted that type of player.
I wish you were going out to visit your brother in the Bay Area this upcoming week when they play the don't they play the Giants soon out there?
Yeah.
I hope Chapman goes 11 for 14.
No, I want
with
somebody
9
to ask
bombs.
Matt Chapman if Tigers were ever involved.
I'm sure somebody in the beat will.
No, they didn't call. They preseason, I think it was both Hinch and Harris essentially laughed at the notion of bringing those people here. There aren't enough at bats to go around. Roster flexibility. It's the equivalent of hearing Troy Weaver's use the word nimble.
But guys needed to be given a shot.
Yeah, meanwhile, we haven't seen Young. You have no third baseman.
They will tell you
He
that.
can't play second defensively. He can hit. He cannot play second defensively. Your shortstop is going to go down in history as the worst in history, and your first baseman's dead.
Small market.
It's great to see you guys.
I love you too.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. We'll go to Isaiah, and then we'll get some football. Isaiah, go ahead. Floor is yours.
What's going on, Mike and Mike?
Hey.
Pleasure talking with you fellas.
Thank you.
I was definitely saying we should trade Scooble. I mean, I wanted to keep him, obviously, but, trade him to try to get pieces and to try to build this thing up and get, a lot more better players because I know we're not ready to win. But then when they didn't, it was just like, man, it just sucks because, we are acting like a small-time franchise, and I don't like that because I know we're so much better than that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you build it, we will come. You know what I'm saying? Like Jim Leyland Day, all this stuff they do, and we pack the place, and it's like, but I'm not going to keep supporting it if, I don't see them trying. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was there Friday night with my lady, and like, all right, cool. I'm not going to really care about everybody else, but I'm going to see Scooble, see what he can do. And, it was a rough start, but then, after that, they had like Montel Jordan performing. I was just like, man, this is, I was just sick, bro.
Hey,
like,
Leland even talked about it. They used to have 3 million people go to that ballpark. People would support a really good team, and they have in the past. And it's just
for real, 'cause,
it's disgraceful.
I'm like one of them guys. Like, man, I like to go down there. I like my Duckies, but I also want to watch a winning team.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
And
that's my whole point is that Scott Harris might in fact be a brilliant baseball mind. All right, he's going to write his own story. I go on what I got right now. Right now, he's operating with zero urgency. This feels like a long haul rebuild. I haven't seen a shred of evidence to support that they're going to spend at a level that it takes to be truly competitive in an expedient fashion. And you're 2 trade deadlines in. And I look at next year and I go, all right, if they don't spend, what does the team look like? I'll tell you what it looks like. 500.
Yeah, maybe.
And then I got to deal with another year of Scooble. Like, if okay, we kept Scooble pumped up. Great, we got an ace. If I'm owning the team, I am spending hard because it's time. I can't waste this kid.
The problem is the free agent market's not great, so you have to come up with a good trade somewhere.
Beep, bop, boop, bop, beep, bop, beep. That's your job.
I know. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. John Jansen weight loss fiesta. You could lose 10, 100, or anywhere in between. Don't wait. Go to idealu.us today. Book your free consultation and get on the same path to success. They help John Jansen, and they can help you too. They will teach you the program. You'll get the support you need. Just go to idealu.us. You sign up right now. You get a $200 Visa gift card. Again, sign up today, $200 Visa gift card. You could lose 30 pounds in just 30 days. Go to idealu.us. That's idealu.us.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Jim Harbaugh was asked whether he had comment on the recent reports regarding the Michigan football sign stealing scandal. The Red Wings announced on X that single-game tickets will go on sale August 12th, which is a week from today. The Tigers have the night off, but their division mate White Sox are in action tonight against the A's. A loss for the Sox tonight would tie them for the most consecutive in AL history at 21. That mark set by the Orioles back in 1988. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, many are going to have to replace their roof this summer, but be forewarned, there are companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, that is the attic ventilation. If you don't have proper air circulation, you will, regardless of how good your new roof is, mold, wood rot, leaks, total disaster. Victor's doesn't skip that step. In fact, they begin with it. Victor's Home Solutions, their process begins with the inspection of the attic, a creation of a comprehensive airflow plan. Then they put on their roof that they are so confident in, they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. All you need to do for your free roof inspection and estimate today is call Victor's 734-773-1100, or you can book that appointment online anytime at victors.com.
'97 won the ticket. The guys are having a show outside of the show, apparently. So I'm just going to read some ticket texts here as they talk to Jeff and Wojo out there. Ticket text here says, the elephant in the room now is Scooble. They aren't paying him because Scott Harris will say, well, we needed to save money to pay everyone else. The only reason you think the Tigers are better than the fans do is because you think A.J. Hinch is an all-world manager. That is the only reason I think the Tigers can win. We're acting like a small market team because this has been a small market baseball town for a decade. This is a terrible sports town, but especially baseball.
David, I am so sorry.
No, you're
we
good.
Were held
We're just doing a
hostage
show.
by Wojo pontificating. I told Wojo, I go, we're not even upset about the Michigan thing. Wojo is just on a heater.
Yeah, I told the people that you all were doing a show outside of the show.
I am
They were
so sorry.
hostage,
We
yes.
couldn't. He wouldn't stop talking. I'm so sorry to you, the listener.
Keep reading those texts.
It was hilarious. Logan from Clinton Township says, "Yeah, I was done with this team after the trade deadline. Any hope was gone. Canceled Bally's that day."
No,
Well, that's ridiculous.
Oh, what was that from Mark Ryan? Come
They
on.
were like, what, how many games were they out at the deadline? 8.5?
I think something like that, yeah.
Really?
You had to trade Flaherty. You didn't have a choice.
Yeah, Scott, you can argue all you want about what he got back, okay? He did the right thing. What a general manager should do for a team that's going nowhere is you get as many things as
They
you can.
had to sell because his offseason was garbage.
Right.
Someone
That's
says,
partly it, yes.
questioning Leyland on omitting Chris Ilitch. Why should he mention him? He didn't play for him.
No, he owns the team. Don't be obtuse.
Thank you. Because Chauncey.
Well, that's a classic trope, Bob.
Chauncey Billups, they retired his number after the sale of the team. And guess who he mentioned in his speech? Gores.
Mr. Gores. Hey, question. Ready?
To me? I'm here.
Who would you rather? This is a stony question. Who would you rather own the Tigers? Chris Ilitch or Tom Gores?
That's easy. Sheila Hamp.
No.
No.
What?
You gotta answer the question.
You have to answer it.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
That's
Why
it.
not?
Oh,
Come on.
Don't be a
What are you,
wuss.
Harbaugh?
Who would you rather
I
own
don't
the
dance
team?
for you guys. Please.
Who would you just? It's innocent.
I'd rather have Harbaugh coach own the teams.
He does have a lot of money.
That's weak. Whoa, come on, man.
I don't know either. Neither. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, but I mean, one is spends money.
Well, if you
And
had Chris
things-
Ilitch has done more, I think, than Tom Gores.
Of what?
Being part of winning organizations.
Oh,
really?
Wait, who exactly?
He worked with his father. See, this is why I don't want to answer your stupid
Okay,
questions
whoa.
because
Why are
you
you
dumb-dumbs
angry?
just go, wait, what are you talking about?
Oh, you seem awfully defensive. Why are you mad?
I'm not because
What did he
this is
do?
why I don't answer your stupid questions.
Call my question
But if it was so stupid,
So,
why
well,
not just answer it?
Michael, I feel hurt.
Wait,
by
wait,
this.
know.
I feel
Here, let's
attacked.
replay it.
Yes,
oh,
yes.
I think it would be Gores.
Oh, he said
Why?
Gores.
Why would you do that?
No, I think it's obvious why you would do that.
Yes.
Why?
Because
Because he's had the worst record in the history of the sport.
sport with no cap. You have an owner
Oh,
who's going
my
to
Could you
God.
imagine what that roster would look
You
like?
dodo birds.
What would the roster look like if Tom Gores was there?
I don't know.
No hyperbole. I am genuinely shocked at your responses. What? Why are you mad?
I'm not mad.
No, you're very mad. You're attacking us.
I'm not remotely
I thought that
mad.
question was fun and loose and easy, and you're like, you sons of
No, because you people always have your little ulterior motives.
Well, let's not forget Wojo was the ultimate.
any motive.
you people?
Yeah.
What is happening here?
Because by answering that question, you want someone to shred the one at the expense of the other.
No,
and
if you
neither
said
one
Chris-
deserves praise.
Unless you
if
want to shred one of
said
them.
Chris because you
Oh,
think
this is
Tom
so
is
dumb.
worse, I wouldn't be mad.
Yeah.
That's
That's
fine
what I
if you
said.
answer it that way. Now, when you went to the whole, well, he's won things, and I'm like,
No,
what?
no, he's been part of winning organizations.
I thought we were having fun here.
I am in disbelief. This man is angry today.
No, this is why you guys shouldn't ask me dumb questions.
Michael, what happened here?
I don't know.
Okay.
Not the same guy I used
Let
to
me
know.
lighten the mood.
Oh,
you know,
wow.
Stoney dropped a grumpy in the woods?
You did?
Oh,
How'd you
God.
white?
Yep, well, you're not allowed to ask that.
Oh.
Wait,
But seriously, how did you?
Nope, that's off the. You can't do that on the air.
Oh,
Wait,
sorry.
whose woods?
I was up north.
Okay.
Like, how close were you to your house?
You weren't in my neighborhood,
we were
were
taking
you?
a
Your
walk.
backyard.
I was going to
was
say,
tough. Yeah.
he wasn't in my neighborhood.
No, I was.
When you're in the woods, that's
he
where
had some
bears
great
go.
nuts that just didn't sit well
Yes,
with him that
exactly.
morning.
Well, it's just
Yeah.
like one of those ones that hit you, and you had
Yes.
to act.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that is my biggest
Can
fear.
we
All
go
right.
back to Illich and Gores?
No, because I didn't.
And Woj, I hit a deer on my way home.
Did you really?
Yeah.
How's your
Did you
car?
kill it?
Not very good.
Wait, did you kill it?
Never.
No, I think so. I just
good.
kept driving.
I mean, bad.
Why are you celebrating this, Stoney? Oh, yeah, well, by the way, I hit a deer on the
Oh,
way.
if it wrecked this car, he's probably happy as hell.
telling them.
How can you not hit a deer
Now
in
listen.
Michigan these days?
Are you going to be nice, or do you have a problem at 6 o'clock?
No, I don't have a problem at all.
Like,
I
come
just saw the little sneer on your. You felt like you were trapping me
No,
on
not
something.
really.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
you're
Oh, yeah.
in another dimension.
No.
The question was simple with no wrong answer.
The question was moot.
Okay.
The question was moot.
All right. Before these guys go, unless something happens in the schedule, this is the last time we'll be working together for a long time.
Why?
Forever?
I don't know. It's football season starts
Forever?
soon.
Just tell Rico to take some more time off. All right. Hell of a job today.
See you in February.
No, because I have that idea
I
for
know,
football
I know.
season. Just chill out. I got you.
Rico might come down with a touch of something.
Now he's wishing death on Rico.
no,
We
I
have
just
real
said
problems
Who
here.
would you rather have an illness? Rico, Tom Gordon,
Oh, wow.
Touch of something.
Now, that's a question I would not answer.
Yeah.
or Mark Ryan?
Okay, you're done.
Oh, no, leave
They're
Mark
done.
Ryan alone.
I'm done. We'll talk to you
You're
tomorrow.
out of line.
Oh, what a cross.
You're out of line. This whole studio's out of line.
Jeff, good luck. I wish you all the luck in the world.
Oh, yeah, trust me,
We'll
I've been
talk to you
dreading
tomorrow
this.
at 2.
You'll need it, pal.
97.1.